All right, we are here. I just want to make sure before get started, I just want to check. I see that there are two people here. I want to check the volume and see if the sound is coming through. Let me just check. Um, can you hear me? All right, so I'm just slacking I communicate with my staff on Slack, and I'm not sure if there's a way for us to communicate. And you know what? Let me just go on YouTube and see. I just want to make sure that people can hear me. All right. All right. So it sounds like the sound is coming through. All right, Justin. Hey, you're here. Thanks, man. Thanks for showing up. I appreciate it. All right. Let's get started. So, one of the reasons I'm going to talk before I get into this and I start. The reason I'm doing this is Justin. He was actually with me at the Level Up event, and something I just came up with, and I said like to him, and I said, like people make things really complicated, and it takes them, you know, month. Actually, I was in a boot camp uh, prior to Level Up. At Stars AI boot camp, and the system he created is awesome, and it took me literally about um, a month to set it up. Right now, this is like me working maybe 1 hour, 2 hours every day, and so I said to myself like, why can't I? Like if you really think about it, it just takes. I could probably do it in a day, and it's all set up, right? The problem is that most people get stuck in the uncomfortable part, which is like going out there and actually selling what they build, right? So there's a concept called minimal viable product. That's what I came. It's not like I came up with it. It's a concept that everybody, well, people that know this space. I think it's more in the coaching space or but anyway, it's basically having something that is minimally viable that you know that you can actually sell to somebody, right? And so I came up with this and said, you know what? Let me just do it live and prove it, right? And so that's what we're going to do today, all right? So the thing with this platform that I'm going to be utilizing, it's called High Level, is that this platform is like a monster. Like it's literally has so many features, and just at the Level Up event, they dropped 300 new features. Well, I wouldn't say new, but probably maybe upgraded or and that's one of the problems, right? Hey Andrew, thanks for showing up. I'm not sure if you guys are gonna stay for the whole day, but this recording is available, so check it out if you had to go and do whatever you got to do. Um, so as I was saying, um, there's so many features in this platform, but there's certain key components, and High Level has provided you those playbooks or those things, and the problem that we get into is that we overcomplicate this because I don't know, maybe it's our nature as entrepreneurs, or maybe so you know, at the end of the day, what you got to do is you got to go and solve problems for people, businesses. Okay, this is more of a B2B, but you gotta basically solve a problem. And so before and so the layout, I mean the outline for today, I'm looking at my agenda here, is simply it's 5 steps, right? Number one, we're gonna solve a problem, right? And we're gonna create an offer, a simple offer, right? Number two, we're gonna build a system, right? And we're gonna do it today, and then we're going to figure out how we're going to fulfill on that problem solve, the problem that we're going to solve and how we're going to fulfill it. And number four, we're going to prospect, right? And hopefully, whether I get a sale, that's ultimately the goal, right? um will it fail? We'll see, but I know that as long as you can solve a problem, there's people that are willing to, pay for it, right? So, what is that problem? And so I've been doing a little thinking, and so the what we want to do is we want to make the system as simple as possible, right? And so I have a bunch of clients right now, and as I was thinking about all the clients I serve, and I was like, which is the easiest to really execute? And um, one of them is review reputation management. Reputation management, if you're not familiar with local SEO, is basically getting reviews for clients, right? And and then when you get reviews for the clients, you basically um, it helps them boost their SEO, local SEO, and it helps them ranking, right? And so, in particular, one of our clients has basically they pay us every month, and um, review we reply to the review using AI, right? That's one option. The other is the high level is really big into right now AI employee, right? Having the phone picked up by AI, where AI converse with the person that called, and basically takes them either gets their information, books them an appointment, whatever you want it to do, it can do it. Okay, that's number two. Another thing that I was thinking about is the chat bot, right? Meaning that if somebody lands on your website, having a little widget, right? Um, rather than having it go to a email, or having it go into they call it the deep space, meaning it doesn't get responded by anybody. Having AI reply and converse with that person that's on the other end, replying to the chat, and having a conversation, and based on the information that we give it, it'll do whatever it needs to do, right? So those are the three things, just top of my head. And I think what we're going to try to do, let me share my screen, and uh, let me share my screen. All right, so here we go. All right, so a couple of disclaimers before I get started, right? um the cost to start, right? So this has been the always the problem. I mean, I've been an entrepreneur for 20 plus years, right? The problem that I see is that when you make the barrier to starting a business very low, people don't take it seriously. There are people out there that I know a friend of ours, he just started a pickler franchise. Like, that took a lot of money. I'm telling you, I'm not even gonna share with you how much it takes a lot of money to start a franchise. We're talking about minimum probably like 50, 100,000, right? Um, you know, if somebody were to start a local business, a brick and mortar business, you have to put in, rent, the capital equipment, all this capital that you need to start a business. Whereas if you start an online business, right, I'm going to tell you the breakdown of what it's going to cost me today to start a business. People don't take it seriously, and they think that it's not going to work, right? And because I also did wholesaling. Wholesaling, if you're familiar with real estate back in the 90s or whatever, um, no money down real estate, right? And so I'm familiar with that, and I'll probably do another episode on on should you do should you do real estate, or should you do start an online business, right? So, couple of things, right? For you to get started, right? If you, I'm gonna probably work with ChatGPT today, right? Instead of using the free account, I pay $20. So $20 1 month, right? Just to use ChatGPT, right? You're gonna have to set up Stripe. Now, I'm not gonna set up Stripe today because it does take time, because you have to get it working. I'm going to utilize my own Stripe account. Stripe is basically is a payment processor. So in order for you to take payment from people online, you need to have a payment processor. There are different ways. There are like authorized net, and there's all sorts of different. We're going to work with Stripe today, okay? And then I'm going to have to buy and purchase a domain. I'm going to give you the specific domain providers to use today because there's a specific reason for that. Okay. And you're going to have to, that's like, so ChatGPT, 20 bucks. Domain, getting a domain, 20 bucks. Getting a phone number, $2, right? If you're going through high levels, $2. Now, should you start an LLC or not? Now, I mean, you could spend days, months trying to figure that out, but preferably you want to have an LLC upfront beforehand, but you don't have to. You can start operate it as your own, right? Like, you know, it's not, but definitely if you want to take your business seriously, you want to create an LLC and then, operate under LLC or business. All right. That's it. And then the platform that I'm talking about today is going to be a 14-day or 30-day free trial. So there's no cost. So, but ongoing, we're talking about minimum $97 per month. ChatGPT is also $20 per month as well. All right. So that you're talking about less than $100 to start a business, and that's the problem because most people don't take it seriously when they have an online business. All right, so let's move on. So the problem that we're going to solve, hold on a second. Let me see if I am live streaming. Okay, I should have moved over. All right, so we're going to use ChatGPT in combination of the review. Okay, so one of the things that I was thinking about. So at the end of the day, we have to solve a problem, right? So what is the problem, right? There's a lot of people in the space, well, maybe in the high level space, but in the marketing space, they're basically, getting, um, you know, s- uh, the one of the problems with that, not necessarily problem, but when you look at anything that you want to help businesses with, especially local businesses, you have to help them generate revenue, right? And that's because at the end of the day, if you don't help them generate revenue, then they consider that item, whether a product or a service, is an expense, right? They always look at it. So they always look at, hey, at the end of the year, they go down through your expenses and say, okay, I need to get rid of this, I need to get rid of this, if they don't have a return or some sort of value, right? And so the problem with the reputation management, they may it's not really tied to the revenue, and so most likely, they're going to look at it and say, is it worth it? Is it worth it if you price it like at like $10, right? I'm just giving hypothetical, right? They're gonna say, yeah, it's $10, I'll keep it, right? But if it's like $500 a month, then they have to really think. I was like, oh, yeah, it's $500. Is it giving me, is it really something that I need as part of my business, or can I just take it off, right? So that's one dilemma that I have with reputation management, and more specifically, what I'm talking about today is the one of my customers that I have. All we do is reply to their Google reviews using AI, and and I'm paying them monthly, and they don't bother me, right? So the way I'm looking at it is, what kind of SaaS business can I create that will enable me to give them value with as little minimal work as possible, right? So I'm gonna just do here. Um, I'm gonna say, because ChatGPT, I just started using it like literally like less than 3 months ago, like a little over 2 months ago, right? So I'm gonna give it a, tell Chat, let's pretend that I own a SaaS. This is part of the 1 day challenge. 1 day challenge. So please do not store this in your memory. Okay. Um, let's pretend that I am a SaaS business startup. and I would like to create a uh, a platform that can reply to Google reviews using AI. Okay. Um, do you think that's a good idea? Okay. So, oops, I forgot to put the question mark. All right. Yes, that's actually a very strong SaaS idea, especially for local business. Let's break it down. What's it good? Solves a real pain point, right? High perceived sees a benefit. I kind of disagree with that, but you know what? It's a bot. Okay. Simple, minimal, yes. So the way I'm looking at it is minimal viable product, right? Because at the end of the day, if this doesn't work, right? You've only spent a day. You didn't spend a month. You didn't spend 2 months, right? Wasting your time, right? Reoccurring revenue, easy package, 47.97 a month, add-on or standalone. Great for upsells to existing high-level or CRM users. Every service-based business, restaurants. There we go, right? Okay, so we got that. So looking at my agenda, right? Let's see here, solve a problem, and we're gonna pick a niche, right? So we're gonna say tech stack and price. No, I don't need that right now. Let's go with which industry, um, which industry do you think, which industry it would be would be a good industry to pick where business owners doesn't have time to respond to reviews. Depends heavily. Okay, doesn't have a marketing team. Home services, auto industry, medical and dental offices, restaurants. That basically lists all the restaurants in local USA. Okay. All right. All right. So that, I mean, it just gives you so many choices, right? So what I'm gonna do is I'm just thinking. I mean, honestly, I put some thought into this, and I'm just doing it ad hoc, meaning like I'm doing it live. All right. So what I'm gonna do is let's think of a business name. Let's think of it this way, right? Because I already have one in mind, but I'm gonna ask ChatGPT. I would like to. Um, can you come up with a name of this SaaS platform? Um, let's see here. Reply AI, reply, smart replete, review, pilot. That's yeah. Local hero AI, quick. Okay, so we're gonna go and get a domain. So during this live that I'm doing, I'm gonna have to do some things because I'm gonna have to pull out my credit card and purchase a domain. Um, and so the main offer that I'm thinking of before I even purchase the domain, I'm gonna just do some quick search, okay, online and see if this is something that might be. Uh, let's do pet services. Let's do veterinarians. Okay, let's just do here. Okay, so I'm gonna go to Google review, Google Maps, right? Um, hopefully it doesn't show where I am. I may have to uh, cut out that portion because it did show me my. So I'm gonna have to go back to the video and actually edit that, but it's all good. All right. So veterinarians. Okay, so here we go. What I'm gonna do here is I'm looking at reviews and oh wow. Okay, so I'm gonna look at the newest reviews. And what I'm looking at here, they're not responding to reviews, right? And so is this something that is, and they really need help here. 3.6. All right, so let's go to this one right here, reviews. All right, so they're not responding to reviews as well either here. So there's 364 reviews, right? And I don't know the veterinarian industry at all, so I don't know. So here's one that they're responding to, right? And if you're wondering, whether the platform we're using, high level AI, replies, it's pretty good. So I'll show you the back end of it later on. Okay. So let's go to this one, 104 reviews. So no replies. So here's a potential, right? So let's pick another industry. I know because I mean, let's pick orthodontists, because orthodontists near me. Okay. So let's go to, these are sponsored. Let's go here, reviews, sort by new. All right. So no replies, right? Um, just FYI, like I would not pick any medical profession to do any marketing with high level, just because of HIPAA compliance. But responding to reviews doesn't require any HIPAA or any of that. So I'm okay with just providing that service. But beyond that, I would not pick a medical profession. Okay, and so let's go and take a look. And so I think there's a potential, right? But I won't know until I start making the calls and asking them, right? All right, so let's do that. Let's go with that and picking out um, a domain. And so the domain that I actually came up with is review. Yeah, review. I think, yeah. I came it up this morning actually as I was thinking about this challenge, because I was kind of nervous about this. All right, so I'm gonna go to quickly GoDaddy. I don't know why I just type in GoDaddy, and that because it's just easier for me to go to GoDaddy than other platforms. But I'm not. We're not gonna use GoDaddy, by the way. I'm gonna just type in review plus. Let's see if review plus is. It's All right, so reviewplus.ai is available, but do I want to pay? No, I don't want to pay the extra, because if I'm going to be doing challenges, I'm going to hopefully do. My goal is to do these challenges every month, right? And so I don't want to be paying. So I'm going to call it Review Plus AI. So that's available, right? And they're actually giving me a discount for $5 for the first year. Maybe, yeah, no, we're not going to use them. What we're going to do is we're going to use um, Squarespace, and I'll show you. And I'll tell you why. Is it Squarespace or is it? Uh, yeah, we're going to use Squarespace, and the reason for that has to do with the ability to forward an email. Squarespace does that. Namecheap, that's another domain provider that I use, but I'm not going to use Namecheap because it's a little bit harder to use. All right, so we're going to go get the domain Review Plus as the domain. All right, so let me go ahead and purchase that domain while you stick around and watch me do that. All right, so this is live. So bear with me as I log in and purchase that domain. All right, let me get my credit card and the authentication code. Just a reminder, I definitely should always, for those people out there that are watching, for you that if you all your accounts, definitely set up two-factor authentication on everything, because you do not want to get hacked. Okay. And just a little bit of note, like the hackers are getting smart these days, because I've been getting emails where there's nothing and then there's unsubscribe at the bottom. Okay. So they want you to click on that. And so I report that as spam immediately. All right. So I'm getting a domain, Review Plus. Uh, manage domain. So just bear with me. I am get a domain. All right. Reviewplusai.com. Okay, so it's $14. All right, so for the first year. So I'm just gonna get the domain, check out. All right, so I'm if you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm just on my other screen purchasing the domain, and it is why is it oh, it's for 3 years. I was like, "Why is it, 60 bucks?" I'm just gonna purchase it for 1 year. Um, it's $20 minus 6, but I guess if you bought it for 3 years, just here, I'll show you the screen here. So basically what they're trying to do is, just another side note, right? In the local SEO space, right? A minor factor, right? That because I do this for a living. Um, if you have a domain and you're trying to rank your clients for as local SEO for SEO purposes, um, if you tell your clients to purchase their domain for 10 years, right? Because Google looks at it as the business is going to be around for 10 years. Okay, so not you learned a little trick there. Okay, so but this I'm just doing it for because I don't even know if I'm going to keep this domain or not. So I'm just going to buy for 1 year. Okay, all right, here we go. So continue to check out. Get my credit card. Maybe it stored the information already. Oh, sorry, I dropped something here. All right. So save. All right. All right. And if you're following along, you might even be doing this with me, right? And that's the whole point of this challenge, right? Is for you to be doing things with me. And I don't mind you copying what I'm doing because the only difference might be that you're getting a different domain than me, right? And that's the whole point of this, right? Is for somebody if you're watching this, right? And if you were to let's just say spend $100 and they get a client for $100 on a monthly, right? You just you know 1 day's work, you get $100 reoccurring every day, every month. Okay, all right, save, and then it has my credit card information already stored, and so I am now going to so I got the domain reviewplusai.com. All right, so there we go. All right, let me see, purchased. All right, so now we have that domain. All right, so now the offer is basically, maybe I should write it down, but basically we are going to go after businesses and ask them to, would you like us to reply to your Google reviews, and that's it. Simple as that, right? And now we're gonna build a system, right? And the system we're going to use is high level, right? For those that don't know what it is, high level, I'm going to be doing a video in my YouTube channel exactly what the high level system is, but let's just go there right now, right? And I'm also going to put in here as a disclaimer in the description, I'll put my affiliate link to the high level platform. And as a bonus, and this is something I am actually thinking about, is creating an accountability group. I've been formulating this to help you to because I think most of the time just I've been doing this for a long time, and um, accountability, right? Because the only person that as a business owner, right, like who are you accountable to? And so I want to create an accountability group. And as if you sign up under with my affiliate link, and you get added as I'm going to do my first cohort, a 3-month accountability group in probably the next 2 weeks. And so, what is that? I'll tell you all about it later. But I will put the description of the high level platform um, in the description, right? And maybe I'll have my staff member do that in the meantime. But anyway, so this is the high level platform, and so I was thinking whether I should purchase it so that I can show you because I already have a high level account. So I was just kind of I was trying to figure out like, because there's certain information on my account that I really cannot show in public. So I was kind of debating how should I do this to make it as simple as possible so that everybody can follow along, right? Um, because yeah, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and try to see if I could just sign up for a free 14-day trial, and I'm going to have to use um, another email. And so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go into the Squarespace for the email that I just created, and then I mean for the domain that I just purchased, right? Let's see if I can find it, and I'm gonna move it over, right? So where is that domain? Sorry about that. Mm, it's not. Oh, here it is. Okay, so review plus. Okay, I'm gonna move it over, and it's showing some. Do I want to show my? All right, so I'm gonna so that it doesn't show. All right, so when you go into your Squarespace account and you got the domain, there's a tab here which says email, right? If you have any questions, all right. I mean, just gonna go through some of the questions. Okay. Um, so if you're here asking me to design my thumbnails or whatnot, right now, no, I don't need it. All right. So why Squarespace? Because I'm gonna add a rule here. It's basically it's gonna so I'm gonna create an email because when I create the website for this, right? I want people to be able to reach me, and so let me put the code here, 862-776. Okay, right, and I'm gonna put in here support. So anybody types in support at review plus AI, and I'm gonna have it forwarded to my email, right? And I'm not gonna put my email there. I'm just gonna move it over so that way, so whatever main email that you're using, you can put it there. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna put my email so that it doesn't. Okay, and then save. So it's sending a verification request, and then I'm gonna just check my email because there's things right now that I really should not show. Um, okay, so verify. Okay, so it's been verified. And so what I'm going to do is I'm testing and I'm going to send an email to myself to support at review plus ai.com and then write testing, then testing. Right. So if okay, let me see if I can make maximize. All right. So if uh, I want to make sure I don't. Let's see if yeah, because I'm sending an email to myself. I should actually create a dummy, not necessarily a dummy account, to be able to share. All right. So it's just sending me text messages thanking me for the purchase. All right. So while that's going on, what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna get a Go high level account here, and I'm gonna start a 14-day trial, and then I'm gonna just say review, reply. So I'm gonna get it. Of course, I'm gonna cancel this account because I don't need this. Review, reply, AI. All right, so it's saying that it is. All right, so um, what I'm gonna do here is, yeah, let's just go ahead and just get it. Okay, so then, Vulcan, and the email that I'm gonna use here, I don't think it. Mm, let's just use because I just got an email that email doesn't work. It probably takes time for the domain providers to be actually what they call propagate and make sure that it gets activated. It's probably still not activated yet. So I'm going to have to use an email address that I have. Um, let's use, just thinking out loud. All right, let's just use yeah, TO, okay? And the phone number here. You know what? Rather than, yeah, I'm gonna just share my account, okay? Because I don't want to. So once you get the free account, right? What high level is there's probably best to show you. There's three levels of the lowest level is $97, 297, and then 497. The difference between that is at $97, you get two sub accounts, meaning you have an account for yourself, and then you have an account for another account that you can utilize for your clients. Okay. And then the 297 plan gives you unlimited sub accounts. So basically you can utilize it to serve as many clients as possible. And then if you get the pro, which is 497, that gives you the ability to it's called SaaS configurator. And so basically it lets you customize the setup so that you don't have to customize each account as the customer is getting onboarded. And then also you have the ability to rebill, meaning like every SMS and SMS emails that your client use, you can rebill them and with a markup, or you can rebill them at cost, right? That's up to you. So the way that I thought of it is that if I can just, why would I want to spend the time to try to figure out how much each client is using? I just went with the rebilling and got the SaaS Pro when I got started like a couple of years ago. Okay, so um, when you um, when you get the let's say your the high level account, don't be here. Let me show you here. Uh, selling sub accounts. All right, so I'm gonna pull this over and I want to make sure that I'm not showing anything that I shouldn't be showing. All right, so here we go. All right, so this is high level, right? Let me look at my agenda again, make sure that I covered. So we got the domain, we got the chat GPT, that's $40, you're all in, right? Okay, so here is the high level, and this is this is the SaaS configurator, right? Um, you don't have on the agency side, there's as long as you put in your information and the email that you're going to use, that's going to be in the accounts here under settings and under business profile, right? Then here when you click on SaaS sub accounts, you're going to see two spaces, right, or two accounts, or one for your primary one. And let me see if I can pull this over and all right, so sub accounts, and I'm gonna go down to show you where mine is. Okay, so all right, let me pull this over and show you. So if I'm on and you click this, right, there's the K Madison demo and I have K Madison media. That's my account for K Madison. Okay. I'm on the pro, so I have unlimited and I have SaaS configurator, right? Um, so what I'm gonna do is I need to create a sub account, right? Oh, actually, before I even talk about that, sorry. So once you get the high level account, um, one of the things that you should do is, and you're not gonna, you should definitely get on a Zoom call. They call it the initial call. I definitely recommend you go on that, right? Um, and don't get overwhelmed with the amount of stuff that's in there because the main thing is getting focused and accomplishing what you need to get to. It's like going shopping, right? At the end of the day, if you go shopping, right, and if you don't have a list and you don't have a specific item that you want to purchase, and you go in there with just like no, no list, then you're just gonna end up buying everything, right? I don't know if you have that or not, but that's how I feel. Okay. Um, so let's see here. All right. Sub account here. And then what we're going to do is we're going to create a sub account and right. Yeah, so we're going to create a sub account. So as I was saying to you before, once you get on, um, when you get the high level, right, you sign up and you register, and you get the 14-day free trial. Um, then what you're going to do is you get on the Zoom call with them, and so that you get acclimated to the system, right? And then the second thing you have to do is ask them to give you access to their university and give you the review management. And I'll show you the review management playbook, right? They have multiple playbooks, but your main thing is with regard to what we're doing today specifically is we're going to do the review management. And the playbook is actually a 5-day challenge that they run, but we're not going to spend the 5 days. I'm going to give you exactly what you need uh, for today, which is we need their snapshot. Okay. And in the world of high level, a snapshot is basically a template. They're going to give you a template, and we're going to use that to set everything up, right? So in order for us to do that, um, I have to create a sub account here. So I'm going to go ahead and create a sub account, and I'm going to create a blank blank one, right? Um, Now there's different ways to do it. If you import their snapshot or template, then you can add it to an account, right? But I'm just going to add one here manually, and I'm just going to add a account manually, and I'm going to put in here Paul Kim, and then the email is support at review review plus ai.com, right? Hopefully I'm going to send the test email again and see if that works. So basically I'm just sending an email to that and just putting in the subject line testing, and then in the content testing. Um, and then here is review reply. Well, the business name, you can, so if you don't have an LLC and you're operating under your, you could just put your name. Um, still saying that it's not going through. All right, so we're gonna have to fix that. All right, so let me just go into, we're doing multiple things at the same time here. And all right, so just give me a second while I check the email and see its email's working. Um, and yeah, so maybe, so here you can put your, um, you put that email address or whatever email, and then here um, review reply AI, right? And then this will be marketing, right? Marketing, internet marketing service, and then the phone number. You can just put. I'm gonna just put my current business phone number here as well. Okay. Um, for the time being, I'm just gonna put in support because I don't want support at K Madison. All right. That's the email that address that I'm gonna be using, and then 319 Queen Anne Road, Teaneck, New Jersey, and then United States. All right. We're at 9:48 already, so time is ticking away. All right. So where are you, United States? United States. 0766, and then the website, you just leave it alone, and then we'll go to Eastern Standard Time right there. Actually, let's go with try to find New York. Okay. All right. This is my own account. All right. So when you set up the account for the client, once you get the client, right? Assuming that works, right? Well, this is my client's account. Okay. And because you have to set up, if you think about it, you're calling to a business and you want to represent yourself as a legitimate business, so you want to have some sort of a website, right? All right. So here is where SaaS Configurator, just giving you an overview, right? You don't have to worry about this right now, because so these are the features, right? So when you are setting up your account for your clients, right? For your own account, you want to give access to everything. But when you are setting your clients up, you're going to give them only what they need in here. Okay. All right. So what we're going to do here next is I told you once you get the high level account, you're going to go on a Zoom call with them. I think it's called a launch call, but make sure you get on that. And then the next thing you want to do is ask them access to the university, right? Um, and I'm gonna go to the university high level, right? And I don't want you to be overwhelmed. So I basically went through a lot of challenges, and I mean, and the reason why I'm here where I am right now is because in my 20 years as doing this, being an entrepreneur, I did all sorts of businesses, right? I've done a ton of courses. I've paid for a ton of courses, and um, one of the things simplicity is the name of the game. Simplicity and clarity and focus. All right. So we're gonna go. You're gonna ask for the 5-day review challenge, and you're gonna ask for the playbook, the review management playbook. Okay. In here, right, there is a let's see where it is in here in one of the accounts, right? Um, Here, client acquisition. So under here, client acquisition, you're gonna grab the snapshot, right? And here's the link. So that link, they're gi- they're giving you everything you need, right? And that's really it. Like, I don't want like one of the things I think when you're in the high level space for some time, like people are gonna sell you these snapshots. I've purchased snapshot templates from people. It is like seriously like and people start copying snapshots, and that is not what's going to make you money. Courses snapshot, it's what's going to make you money is actually doing the work and making the offer and selling and providing your services to your customers. Okay, so once you click on that, as long as you're logged into the account, what it's going to do is it's going to import that snapshot. Okay, and yes, import now. Okay, and it's imported. Okay, so there we go, right? Oops. And so here's the So I already downloaded it before, right, on the 19th. I just wanted to test it out, and so what we're gonna do is we're gonna take this snapshot and we're gonna import it into your account that we just created. So here under actions, we're gonna load the snapshot, and we're going to here. Actually, let me just take a look and see. Reputation. So it's probably alphabetical. Reputation. Let's see. Reputation. Import it right there. Okay. And we're going to go ahead and proceed. And basically, when you import these snapshots into a blank account, or a clean slate, you also have the ability to pick and choose which one you want to import, right? And so I'm going to just go ahead and just import everything, right? And then here it says no conflict. So sometimes when you start loading different snapshots from different people, there's going to be conflicts. And so I don't recommend um, try to when I got started with high level, like I just used their template, and then as I started getting into it and I started loading template snapshots, it was just really like it just it was really complicated. And so stick with what works, simple. They have done it for you. Now, can you make improvements? Yes, right? Um, so confirm, and we're going to so now let that work. So it because high level is such a it's like there are thousands of agencies using it with many more of you know their customers, and so it has to every action or every automation. This is considered automation because you're actually importing a their set of all the websites and all the workflows is being pulled into here. It's queued up. So I'm going to go ahead and switch to the sub account. Okay, here. So let's go switch into the sub account. All right. So I am now in the review reply AI sub account. So this is what a sub account. This is so the view that you see here is different from the agency view. Okay. Um, the agency view is uh, for agency owners, and this is the what like let's just say if you give your clients access to the back end for what we're doing for the reviews, they don't need access, right? So that's the awesome thing is that you're providing a service where it doesn't need them to go into a system. It's really a done for you solution, right? Okay, so let me see if there's any questions. No questions. All right. All right. So we got here, and I want to see if we have here sites. Right. So one of the things that we need to set up, right? If we look at now, we're in the section two, building the system, right? What do you need to set up? You need to set up a the I forgot to set up the on the agency level. I'm just looking at my agenda. I should really follow it. The front end, and then we got to set up the product, and then we got to set up the back end. And so let me go ahead on the back end on the so one of the things as I mentioned earlier at the beginning is one of the things that we're not going to do today is you're going to go ahead and create a Stripe account ahead of time. If you happen to have a Stripe account, great, right? Because you're going to have to need to integrate because you're going to have to need to get paid from the customer, right? So getting a Stripe account and then connecting to your bank account and all that stuff is going to take time, right? When I say time, meaning that you have to submit your routing information and your bank account, and then it has to connect it, and then you also have to set up um, the branding and make sure. So that has to be set up, and so in my case, I am going to use my Stripe account that's associated with my my business, which is K Madison. Um, media, right? Um, and let me, I'm gonna pull this window and I'm gonna show you the agency where to go and set that up. Okay. So in under when you go to settings, yeah, I'll show you right now. What I'm trying to do is trying to be mindful of make sure that I don't show anything because on YouTube, right, what happens is if you, I had this happen on one of my videos where I showed information that was private and they took down the video. So I don't want that to happen. And so that's why I'm being very mindful of that. I don't know, their AI knows it. They just pick it up. All right. So we're going to go click on settings here. Okay. So when I click on settings, okay, and then at the bottom where it says, where is integrations? Mm, oh, here it is. Let's see. No, it doesn't. It's not. All right. So here at the bottom, right, it says Stripe. So what you want to do is you want to connect your Stripe account. So when you click on it, it's going to give you some login. If I mean, it's going to ask you to, follow the instructions to connect your Stripe account to your high level, right? And so once you do that, now you can now let's click on. I'm going to click on View Sub Accounts linked to Stripe profile. So I'm going to click here, right? And what you're going to do here is, let me see here, go to settings and integrations, right? And here, hold on a second, let me see, connect. Okay. And see, connect with Stripe. Let me just, I'm going to pull this over so that way. So what you're going to do is, I'm going to connect it with Stripe, but I'm going to move the screen over so that I don't share any private information. Okay. And all right, this is important because you need to get paid, right? All right. So, all right. So in this case, I already, if you have multiple Stripe accounts, you're going to connect it to the one that you want to connect to, right? And then um, the one that, yeah, you're going to have to set up one account. I have multiples because I have my agency as well as my other SaaS business as well. So I'm going to connect it to my SaaS business. Okay. Okay. So as you can see here, Stripe. Okay. And so we are now connected here. Um, just give me 1 second while I look at something here. I'm just checking to see um, whether uh, linked. All right. So all right, so we have that connected. So now let's work on the front end. And so when I mean the front end is the website. Right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to connect the site. Okay. And let's see here. Let's see if there's a website. There we go. Reputation management site. So under site. And so let's just take a look at this and see. I believe in minimal viable products. So what we are going to do here is we're going to make this um, you know, we don't need a logo, right? As long as it says reviewplusai.com, that's all I care about, right? Um, and everything here is, at the end of the day, from a customer's point of view. Like, I know people that go out of their way to make their website, like, pretty. I'm just minimal viable product. I want to, they already provide everything that you need. I'm just gonna go to into this website and just take out what we don't need. Okay. There's the pricing, right? 197. I'm okay with that, right? If they say 197, let's start with 197. All right. Demo. Let's see. I don't know if you could hear that, but all right. So, all right. So we don't need blog. So I'm gonna get rid of that from the navigation support. All right. I'll probably get rid of that for the time being. The reputation audit. I will probably get rid of that. I mean, I could probably put a form there. Um, Login may. I mean, we can put in that. We could put that in there. Leave it there. But all right, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna simply go into and edit this page, and here, all right, everything here, this is the menu, navigation menu. So um, what I want to do is I want to get rid of this uh, logo, right? So there we go. I took that out. Okay, so every time I save something, I always like to save it. What this means is that the either the header, the footer is global, so that any changes you make within this website, this is the header, and this is, let's see if they have a, this is the footer. So any changes you make here is going to be implemented throughout all of these. Let's see here, all of all these pages. It's going to be impacted. I mean, basically, you don't have to go and change each individually. Okay. All right, and those are called global. All right. Let me see here. And then let's see pricing. Yeah, let me see where this a strong reputation is help. Okay, watch the demo. Right. So the demo that goes to video page, which is probably is this video page. Now what we're going to do is for me to easily see whether it's going to the right place, let's go ahead and map the domain. All right. So that's what we want to do. Let's map the domain. What that means is that we're going to connect this website to the domain that I purchased. Okay, so let's just go. And sometimes when this happens, yeah, the server is a little bit slow. You got many, many people on the website, on the server. So we're going to go to settings, okay, and reputation management site. We're going to go to click on settings. Now, if this happens where there's a little bit of delay, you just have to give it a kick in the butt and just press refresh. All right. All right. Yeah, sometimes hope the system doesn't crash while I'm doing this. That would not be good. So sometimes you have to give it a, sometimes when this happens, the best sometimes solution is for you to clear the cache on your browser. Um, Let me try another window and see. Oh, there we go. It just sometimes takes time. And that is probably going to take some time as well. There we go. All right, just needed a little bit of time, okay? Sometimes I'm impatient. So Come on. Why isn't the setting working? All right, so what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna pull it up again, and I'm going to open up again in another browser. It's still slow. Hopefully it's not on their end. Not a good time for their server to break down during my challenge. It's giving me problems. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna try to see if I can clear the cache. All right, so sometimes when that happens, I'm gonna delete the browsing history for, I just switched on my other screen. It's a little bit slow. I'm just gonna try to see if I can get the setting. I gotta go into the settings. It won't let me do it. So I'm gonna go ahead and delete the data. That means I have to log into everything again, which I really don't like to do, but um, that means I may lose, hopefully I don't lose the live stream. So I'm gonna just log out of everything here. Okay, so I'm gonna close out of everything and I'm gonna bring up and all right, so here we go. So and I'm going to send security code. So typically when you log into the system, it also gives you verification and you got to put in the code and I'm just going to copy that code over. All right. And all right, so let me pull this over and review. All right. So seems to be a little slow right now for whatever reason. Not a good time for the system to be slow here. Okay. Yep, it is slow. All right. So all right, so what I'm going to do is while they're fixing, if the setting doesn't work, then I'm just going to go ahead and just work on the site for the time being. Now, does this happen? Every so often, the system does slow down. You have to think about the number of people that is on this system. And all right, you know what? I'm going to take a break. Sometimes you need to step away from this. So what I'm going to do is I am going to break time and I'll be back. All right, I am back. The system is really slow. Um, so what I'm gonna do is I don't like wasting time. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna start because I'm gonna just start compiling the prospect list. Yeah, it's just very slow and it's very frustrating. So I'm gonna wait for high level to fix that. But in the meantime, what I'm gonna do is just give me 1 second while I go to my Google Sheet and under the 1 day project in here. All right, so let me share my screen back and all right, so share my screen. All right, so here is the way we use Dropbox as our document have to share documents. All right, so what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna create a Google Sheet here, and I'm gonna call this, um, let's say reply review, no, review, review, reply, no, review plus AI. Okay, and prospecting list. Now, don't get me wrong, okay? So there are ways to automate this, meaning that, there are ways that, there are ways that you can scrape information off of Google Maps, right? And have it compiled in a sheet. But in our case, we are going to, you know, actually, right now, I mean, if I think about it, I can probably start prospecting and making calls. The only thing I'm concerned is, you know, um, if they say yes, then I don't have a way for them to go. All right, so this is working here. So let me just go very slowly. All right, it's a domain. All right, so let's click on domain, and I'm gonna go into Squarespace. I'm gonna log into Squarespace. So you can actually purchase domains here, but I would not recommend it at this time because they just um, ultimately what they're trying to do is make it easy for people to just like once you purchase the domain, then everything is set up. I just like flexibility in what I'm doing. They have limitations, I think. Because one of my client actually just purchased the domain and um, I was trying to move it out and they don't have that they don't have certain capabilities as with other domain providers. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to connect the domain and we're going to call this review plus ai.com. Okay, and then we're going to click continue, and then we're going to say um, it's it's um, if what's going to happen is if it's connected on the same browser, it may actually do it, but alright, so here there is a record, and that's probably the issue right now. So Squarespace, when I purchased it, it probably put their own DNS, and so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna reset the DNS. Alright, so I'm logging into Squarespace on my other screen, and 81200. Okay, all right. So let me go to Review Plus domain and I'm gonna click on DNS. Um, yeah, so all right, so hold on a second. Yeah, it has the Squarespace yeah, Squarespace. They're using Mailgun. Interesting. So what we're gonna do here is we're going to let's get rid of these defaults, right? And then 284. Oops. Let's see. 3 4 6 4 5 5 9. Oops. All right. 4 6 4 5 9. Okay. Click delete. All right. And what we're going to do here is we're going to add a record. Okay. Custom record. And I'm going to copy this A record, right? So it's an A record. The first one is an A record. So when we go here, we're going to create A record. And then here you put in the ampersand. Yeah, no, not ampersand, that's the at. And then you're going to copy this value over here and save. And then you're going to copy this CNAME, right? And what you're doing is you're mapping and telling the domain provider, hey, if somebody ever types in review plus AI, send them to that website on the platform. Okay, so we're gonna put in here add record and CNAME www. And the reason for that is that whenever you type in www and just I'm just trying to make you understand, the a web page without the www and a website with the www, those are two different directions. And so what you want to do is whenever somebody types in one like www, it actually forwards them to the page without the www. Hope that makes sense. If not, then don't worry about it. Just follow what I'm doing. Okay. I just went back and I'm gonna have it redo it. So hopefully, so now there's no record conflict, and then it's gonna say verify record, and then it's going to it's gonna tell me which one to map it to. Okay. Sometimes it may take a while. Sometimes it's quick. All right. So. All right, there we go. And then now you're telling it to map to reputation management and then home. And then if anybody types in the wrong address, let's just say reviewplusai.com and then something else, backslash whatever. And if it doesn't have that page, you want it to tell it to go home, right? So then proceed to finish. And then while that's going on, I'm going to send another test email to support at Review Plus AI and see if that's working, routing properly. Okay, and there we go. And let's see here. So what it does is I'll see the redirect. So basically anybody that types in www.review+ai, it's going to be forwarded over. I don't know why it's not working. So I am getting this error where it's the email is bouncing back saying that the email is not a valid email. So that is something I need to fix before, um, that's so sometimes everything doesn't go the way it's supposed to. That's life, right? So let me go to Review Plus and go to email support. Yeah, it should be sending. Yeah. Anyway, all right. So we got that set up, and then let's see if review plus review plus AI.com. There we go. Now it's there. Okay. And the reason I did that was I just like to see where the uh, the when I'm editing, I like to see in the navigation where the website is going or where it's going. So if I look at the navigation, this is home, the pricing page, watch the demo. We're going to get rid of blog. So let's see if I'll delete the blog for now, right? And support, um, and then login. I don't think we need the login. So let's just get rid of that for now. Um, all right. So, and then sign up now. Um, let's see where that's going. It's going to the pricing page. So let's go ahead and save that. Okay, and then watch demo, sign up now. Sign up now is going to the video page. Gonna go check out the video page. All the tools you need to grow your business. Web form, watch a demo, sign up now. And mobile app, watch demo, sign up now. Join our webinar. This page, um, I don't think it's needed, so I am going to delete this whole section because I don't need to work. Yeah, because you don't have a way to fulfill at this point, right? So I'm just going to delete this portion, right? Right here, I'm going to call it. All right. So in your case, you're going to put the name of the company, right? In my case, because this is under my it's going to be powered by Pro360.io. That's this other SaaS that so the way I'm doing these is these challenge because if I do get a client, I have to like add them into my system and not a a separate system because my goal is not to create a whole different business, right? Um, I'm just showing you what's possible, right? So I'm trying to ultimate goal is I'm trying to make this legit. Um, you know, I hope all of you are trying to do this legit, right? So that way that any email that they get from the system is not necessarily going to come from the um, from well with regard to my system, right? It's going to come from powered by Pro360, right? Built by K Madison Media. And so in your case, you're going to put your company, and it's as simple as that, right? And then it's going to come from support at or whatever email that you choose to use. You could be contact. Um, another thing I probably did not mention at the very beginning, you should get a Google Workspace account. For the purposes of this video, I'm not going to create a Google Workspace account. I mean, I can show you how to do that in the future, but you can have all emails routed to whatever email that you're using for the time being. Okay. So because we're trying to create the minimal viable product. Okay. So in this case, I'm just going to put in here K Madison Media, right? Powered by Pro360.io, right? Um, I can actually put a link there if I want to, but I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to leave it as is. Okay. And as long as now we are gonna take care of the other pages, I'm gonna publish that for now, right? Now, as you're talking to the, customers, or when you make these calls, now, they check out your website and say, "Hey, you do this too," and then you can talk about it, right? Um, let's go to the video page, and this video is there. How it works? Okay, sign up now. Sign up now. Meet with a local expert. Where does this go? This is probably going to the calendar. Okay, so um, what I probably, I don't want you to get bogged down with um, the calendar. So I think probably what we'll do here is have them call, right? So maybe instead of having them, um, you know, because then you have to deal with emails and all that stuff, and I don't want you to get bogged down. All I want to do is I want to make sure that they sign up. So I'm just gonna get rid of this for the time being and just have them sign up. And so I'm gonna get rid of this, and this one is centering. Um, so style. Let's see here. Let's see here. Where is the centering? Um, Horizontal spacing, full width. There we go. Probably want, yeah, probably not, don't want to do full width. I probably want to do, mm, oh, this is the, this, with regard to this, what you want to do is centering. Where the heck is centering? Um, line spacing. This is usually done by my designer. I used to do this all at the very beginning by myself, but um, as you can see, oh, here it is, center, right? So if I center it, now I have to get rid of the box. Let's just say fluid. Okay, so there we go. Right. So I know I'll find it eventually. And let's click on save and publish. And then let's go to the website again and then click refresh. And then let's see, watch a demo. Right. All right. So that's it. Now the support page. Um, yeah, I don't want to deal with support. I think at this point they can just call me. Um, I'm just gonna go ahead and delete that support and then audit. Um, I think that's it. Those three. I think I'm just gonna get rid of everything else in between. All right. So let's go ahead and delete. Uh, watch support. Okay. Click save, publish. All right. So now the video page and the pricing page, everything else is non-functional at this point. And then for let's go ahead. The next thing we need to do is I will probably want a phone number. So I'm going to go ahead and go to, uh, let's see here, phone number, and let's add a phone number, right? We're not worried about A2P registration to be able to text message. That I'm not even, I'm not worried about that. So I'm going to try to pull a number for a 201 area code. That is the area code where I'm located. First part of the number, and click apply. We got one in TNEC right there. That's a good number. I like that. 379-1675. And I'm going to go ahead and purchase. Begin verifying. I don't know if I have a persona set up. I may, okay, so in, just for your information, this is the reason why we want to kind of bypass this whole, like if you need to get a phone number for your client and get A2P verified, that's a whole different level of obstacles that you have to confront. And so for me, for you, you have to set that up. So I think I already have a persona. So let's go ahead and see if I have it. Let's go ahead and I thought I already set it up. Maybe I didn't. I don't know. I don't remember. Oops. Let's uh, see here. All right, so I'm gonna have to probably do a government ID with my. I saved my ID. Let's see. Try that again. Government. No, I don't think I set it up. I don't remember doing this. All right, so we're going to go ahead and um, begin verifying. All right, so let's go to United States and let's share driver license and continue on another device. I'm going to use my phone and I'm going to scan the QR code for that. And all right, so all right, I did that and get my driver's license. And just bear with me while I do this. Uh, driver's license, take a photo, allow, and use this photo. So I just took a snapshot and it's processing. It's amazing the technology has changed so much. Um, all right, so it's basically saying get started. So just bear with me while I do this. So it's allowing me the camera. Let me just take off my headset and it's loading the camera. There we go. Center yourself. I'm assuming what it's doing is taking that photo and making sure that it says congratulations, as you can see right there. Or maybe you can't see it. It says congratulations. Save it. So do I want to save it for faster verification? Yes, because I do want to do these later on. So let's just say get started. Um, how do I security key? All All right, so save the passkey on a iPhone. All right, so this is why they make it complicated, man. You know what? I'll do it next time again, not now. All right, so we are gonna get it. We'll do it later. Right. So anyway, all right. So it says congratulations, you're done, and say continue just to get a phone number. Okay. All right. All right. So we got the phone number. Okay. So it says ATP registration. We're not going to do that at this point. The phone number still works. It's just that we can't send text message. So that's fine. Okay. So we're going to do that at a later time. And then this phone, you're going to have it forwarded to your cell phone. Okay. So I'll do that later. Let me just copy this phone number and I'm going to put my cell phone there. So phone number, I'll put it there. Oops. I'm just putting in my notes. Okay. And I'm going to move this over for now. And then putting in, let me edit the configuration. I'll show you. So here, 4 calls. So I'm going to put my number, my cell phone number there. I don't want to put my cell phone number publicly. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it there. And once I do it, I'm going to save it. Okay. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to call this number, and I have another landline. It's a IP line, and I'm going to actually, before I do that, let me go ahead and take that number and put it at the bottom of the website. Okay, so edit. All right. So for this website to be like fully compliant and everything, you have to put in we have to add a privacy page and terms and condition. But right now I'm just gonna that's something that we can do later on. Then I'm just gonna put in here the phone number. Oops, let's see here. Paste as plain text. Right. So I'm just gonna put that number. Okay. And then save and then publish. Okay. And then review plus AI. So what I'm gonna do is let's take a look. I'm gonna call that number and see if it goes to my cell phone. 1-201-379-1675. All right. So one thing I do note that the phone number does say potential spam. All right. One thing I forgot to do, which thing is probably because I'm nervous. Okay, so before I purchased that number, what I should have done was I should have Googled that number, right? So I'm going to Google that number 379-1675. So yeah, um, I'm not going to worry unless I'm planning to probably use my cell phone rather than that phone number. I can always get another number later on. So I don't like the search. Like, so for example, let's go back and do a phone number and I'll show you. This is yes, 1044. I want to try to prospect for lunchtime. But anyway, so if we go to the phone numbers and let's say add a phone number here, right? And let's go in, type in 201, any part of the number, and let's say apply. And let's just say, let's just pull this number. So I'm going to Google that number, right? And let's see here. So what I'm trying to do is I'll try to find a number that has no results, right? Or as less result as possible. It's probably not possible, feasible, but you want to try to get one with as less information as possible, right? This one possible, right? KP Studio, right? Because probably that number has been used before, because it showed up as investigation, so probably marked as spam. But anyway, so you get the gist, right? Try to find one with as less information. It's probably going to be hard because some of these numbers have been reused. Okay. All right. So moving on, let's move on to uh, just bear with me. All right. So let me go back to my all right. What time are we at? We are at 10:40, 10:46. 10:46. All right. I'm just making a note here because I have to go back and possibly edit this video. Remove my phone number. Okay. And also previously, okay, I remove my email from I think I've shared my email address before, and I just want to make sure I remove that from the video, email from the video. Okay. I don't want people to be sending me emails. I get a lot of emails right now as it is, but all right. So now we've done that. We got the phone number. We are going to create a product. So in this case, if we look at, we're selling this for $197 monthly, right? Um, um, I would probably, if I'm going to look at this and uh, web form and chat widget, I would probably nurture and close leads into customers, review requests, quick action, automated AI replies, website review widget. Yeah, that can be um I would say automated social review posting. I would create two plans. Automated social review posting. I'm gonna get rid of that because I don't want that. To me, does not make sense. And so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna um, get rid of that. And this one, automated AI review replies, review quick action. I'm not sure what they mean by that. Um, there's probably um, I think those three are going to be the core. Now, whether it's 197 or 97, I'm going to probably create a coupon code to make it 97 as the start to get my first client. So let's go ahead and publish that. And so, okay, we are making progress here. So let's go back to, um, we are going to go into products under payments and under products, right? And um, I think there is a setting here, use as SaaS product. So here is where if you click and activate this, right, um, you, whatever product that you create here um, is going to be set up as a, if you're using SaaS. Well, if you're not using SaaS, then you will create your own product here. Um, so that way I don't want to mess up my SaaS products because I don't want to keep on creating. I hope that makes sense. So here, let me share with you so that you have a better understanding. Okay. All right. So let me pull this window. Um, my ultimate goal is for you to have a better understanding. There's no way that you can learn everything I know in this one day, right? So if I look at this is what's called the SaaS configurator on the agency level, right? I'm not viewing the sub account, which is the client side or your own account, but this is the agency level. I have in here various various plans that I've created, right? The one that I'm trying to create and attach it to is this right here, 197, right? So you have to create that account so that you can utilize it. And so I have a Stripe account, and this is the agency Stripe account. And so when you tell it to use as a SaaS product, what you're doing is you're telling this account, which is the sub account, right, to use this as one of the SaaS products. I hope that makes sense, right? Um, but in your case, let's just say um, whether you use it for as a SaaS product, it will depend on if you purchase if you use if you got the pro account or the unlimited, the two plans, right? SaaS configured is only on the 497 plan, and um, so if you don't have that, you don't have to worry about it. You're not gonna see SaaS there. Okay, so in my case, right, and then you would go ahead and enter. I'm not. I'm just gonna do it for demonstration purposes. So let's just say that you want to create a, let's call this the starter, right? Um, I'm gonna call this actually instead of starter, call it professional, right? Pro plan. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and change it and go to websites and click here and under pricing, edit that, and I'm gonna call this and call it professional plan, professional, right? And because ultimately what I want to do is I want to connect this so that it's connected to my professional plan on my other in my Stripe account, right? But in your case, uh, don't worry. Like when you do things initially, it's gonna be messy, so you clean it up afterwards. Not a big deal. Okay, as long as it doesn't kill you, it's okay. Right? That's my philosophy. All right. So let's go and what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna create a product, right? But I'm gonna create it for your as if you're creating it for yourself, right? So let's just call it professional plan, right? Um, you can put in the same information that you have here. So let's refresh. Let's call it. Let's copy that and right, paste. Right. Oops. paste as plain text, right? And maybe put in that. Okay. Um, don't worry about all of this stuff is just overwhelming. It is. Okay, so um, now this is a reoccurring, right? And you want to make this 197, right? Compare price. Don't worry about that. Monthly. Now, this is where I'm talking about trial. So I'm gonna go back to ChatGPT, right? And and let's go back to. Oh, I gotta log in because I logged out before. So just bear with me while I log into ChatGPT. Okay, right. So copy. I'm just logging into ChatGPT. Just bear with me. All right. Probably need. Oh, I got in. All right. So in my previous conversation with ChatGPT here, right? And I would say um, if I wouldn't worry about trademark. I'm seeing the message here. Let me just make sure I'm sharing my screen. Yes. All right. So here we go. All right. So then if we are, all right, so um, now the way that I'm looking at it is if I'm prospecting and I'm trying to get people to at least check it out, um, my ultimate, I mean, if they, if I'm trying to get them to, um, it's probably the easiest if I can get them on a trial. Um, let me ask, would it, um, prospecting to go to the cold market by calling. Just FYI, the best thing probably to do is to put into, tell your friends and family about it. Um, and not to sell them, but to ask like, hey, any businesses that is in need of replying to Google reviews, right? And that's probably, but for this purposes, I'm trying to do it cold, right? Cold calling. Should I provide a trial, free trial, or should I provide a discount if they sign up immediately? All right, so free trial is probably worth it. And if setup included free trial, meaning that they pay a small time setup and get the first pay. Um, Now, how would I execute that? Just thinking it from a logistic point of view. So I want to get a sale and have them, if they pay, if they pay, um, maybe I could create a coupon where, um, Yeah, so I'm thinking right now, like if instead of providing a trial, so I'm saying if we're calling the people that have all these reviews with no replies, I can potentially say, um, we'll reply to all of the past reviews for the last year, if you pay the upfront cost. Um, so otherwise, I will give you a coupon code, and all you got to do is pay $1 upfront to give it a trial or give it a test. Um, I don't even know if the coupon codes will apply if it's, let's just say, for example, 197. Um, and yeah, yeah, I'm not gonna provide a trial. Let's try to see if I could create a coupon code. Okay, and then let's save this, enter, right? So now we can, once I create this plan, right, you can actually sync it, right? But I don't want, in my case, I don't want to sync it, right? I think it did it already. I hopefully it didn't add it to my Stripe account, because then I'll have multiple. So for my purposes, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to uh, if you already have a high level account, what I'm gonna do here is I'm going to have this account be one of my agency, and there's a way that you can do that. And let's see here. I know this might be a little uh, confusing here, so let me just take a look at view also. All right, so SaaS as um the thing is that with high level, they're like making changes all the time and making improvements, and they're that's the problem sometimes, is that um they don't provide the right documentations. I mean, there's pros and cons to that. So um let me get a cup of water. I need a break because it's 11 o'clock, and so I am going to take a 5 to 10 minute break, and I will be back. So you don't, so let me see here. So what that did is we've actually added that, and when you add this, it will add to your Stripe account, right? And as I was thinking, I just went to the restroom, and I was thinking that, you know what, it's probably an easier sell if I do include a um, a trial period. And let's just call, let's say, 7 day. Let's give it a 7 day trial, or maybe uh, 14-day trial. Okay. Ultimately, what I want to do is I want them to go ahead and just 14 days. I'm debating whether I should do 14. Let's say let's say 14. Let's say 14 days trial period. Okay, and so that's what you would do. And then once you have that, in my case, what I'm gonna do here is let me just go ahead. Okay, sorry about that. Product. It's a little bit of lag. So what I'm going to do is here, I'm going to import from Stripe. And I thought there was another easier way to do this, but um, I'm going to 197, I think, agency. Oh no, that's the one that I just created, right? So the 197, just gonna find one. It's this one right here. And so I'm going to import that because I want to be utilizing that. I don't want to be using the one that I just created because I want to keep all my subscriptions for me for my purposes. Okay. Um, let's see here, and okay. And then probably what I need to do is on the SaaS configurator, and I'll show you. Um, so if I go back to the product, the one that is, gosh, it's slowing down again. Just bear with me. Okay, so this is the one that I'm going to be using, but this is the one that you created. So you're able to create and set up the um, the 7-day or 14-day trial here, right? For my purposes, I'm just gonna let me pull the SaaS configurator. Let me go on this screen on my other screen here and pull the SaaS configurator, and let me pull it over here, and the professional plan here. So I'm going to edit the details. It has a 7-day. So, and let me see here. Pricing 197, features, reputation management. Um, I'm going to get rid of these. I don't need the launch pad. Okay, and add on and trial. So activate trial. We're gonna add 14 days here, save it. And a one-time credit. Now this, when you're using Review AI, there is a charge every time the AI is triggered. Now, whether you want to incorporate the cost or pay for it out of your pocket, or whether you want to charge the client, really depends. I think, um, and this is where I don't have the answer because, um, you maybe you can say to the client, "Hey, X number of views uh, per month is allowed," I guess. Or you can just, yeah. So if you're charging 197, it's like seriously, like I don't think they're gonna get that many reviews. I think it's like maybe 8 cents per review by using Review AI. So not a it's not a big deal. So at the end of the day, right now, nothing to be concerned about. Okay. All right. So now that we got the product set up, and then what we're gonna do here is um, let's go back to the site, and we want to attach that product to the website, right? So then if we go into the reputation website, and then here under the pricing, what we're going to do here is going to click product, and then we want to add a product to this page. In your case, you would pick this one, whatever you call it. If you call it keep it starter, you could keep it starter, right? I'm going to select that one, and then the price is 197, and then um, and we'll just call it, we'll save. Actually, you know what? In our case, I'm gonna call it professional plan. So in this case, it's review plus AI. Okay. And then let's see here. And let's go back here and sign up. All right. So let's so how do you do, let's see here. So when we create these there is a way for you to settings, edit. Oh, it's under here. Live. All right, so we're gonna do a test. Okay, and then I'm gonna refresh. So let's see here. Stripe test, test credit card numbers. Right, so this is what you use for testing purposes. Okay, so then um, typically, let's go ahead and do a test. Let's call it PK's vet. Okay, can, and then let's just put in support at kmadison.com. Phone number 588-4570. And then go to step 2. And this is where you put credit card and then the card 4242. I'm just putting the numbers down for the test 424242, and then the date, as long as it's ahead of time, it should be okay. So let's just say 11/2029. Okay. Oh, 29. Oops, 29. And the CVC, any CVCs, 123, and then 07666, and then complete order. Right. So the other thing that you want to do is okay, so I think probably that you can actually use that as a live test rather than a test. No such payment intent. Similar object up to the test mode, but a live mode key we use. Okay, so basically we can set it for live. Okay, and then let's go back to see if I don't know if I need to refresh it or not. Um, the other thing also to consider is whether you could set up automations so that when they make the purchase, then you can send them a receipt. Um, I'm not gonna, I'm gonna take care of that afterwards. So my main goal is to try to get a client. Okay. All right. So let me see if I need to refresh this again. Sign up. Right. So let's say here, PKVet, Kim, 84570. Okay. Click next. And then 4242. Okay. 1129. 3. 6. But use a known test card. Yeah, the clone was fine. Okay. So one way is, let me see here. There is, I just want to make sure. One way to test it is to actually use your own credit card, right? If I thought that seriously is the way to do it, but let me just make sure if um, number of trial. So this one doesn't have a trial. So, okay. So I'm going to do a little bit of testing here. Let me see here. I'm just going to go and take a look. And so this is me, professional plan, number of trial. Should have imported it. Let me go ahead and delete this product and try to pull it in again. Import. $197 is the one that I'm trying to find. It's a lot of, it should be the one right there, the agency plan. Let me look at I'm looking at these numbers here and seeing if that matches up. Yeah, that is not the one that, let me see here. So if I'm looking at this, let me pull this one up. Let me try that again. Import. Oh, there it goes. 14 days. Okay. So that's odd. I mean, sometimes these things, like, at the end of the day, like things, technology, sometimes you hate it, sometimes you love it. Okay. So That's set up. Now, if I go back to the website and then I go to the site and I'm going to, yeah, so it's a question mark because that was been deleted. So I'm going to go ahead and delete that and then add a product. That's the one, 297, and then product name, review plus AI. Okay, then save. All right, so now, um, if you want any automation, let's see if, so new sale. So this is if a new sale happens, right? There's all these automations. So if you go to back to the, what was that? That was weird. Okay. So um, when you go through that, um, here, I'll show you that university go level.com. I may have to probably log back in. So as I showed you before earlier, this is the playbook. So what I would recommend is that, well, one of the things I would like to say is that if you signed up as an affiliate, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through all of these and give you like, um, I think what they have here is sufficient for you to get started, but to really set everything up properly, my ultimate goal is in our not only our free community, yeah, I'm gonna have it the in my free community, I'll have pretty much the playbook, you know, version, my version, meaning how to set everything up properly so that everything is working. Okay, right here, minimum viable product. That's ultimately what I'm trying to do. Okay, and that if you want to sign up for my school, not school, I'm actually using high levels community feature. I'm gonna put it in here. I'm gonna see if this works. There we go, right there. So that should take you to the my community for you to register, right? Paul Kim 360. I'm just making sure it goes to the right place. Okay. So paulkim360.com, Freedom Voyage. Okay, and you may be wondering why Freedom Voyage. Well, I'm a Star Trek fan, so um, the Freedom Voyage is it has a Star Trek theme to it. So register there, and I'm going to create a. I haven't done it yet, just FYI. So, but anyway, you can register there and join our community. Um, and you gotta fill in and fill out your profile and also answer the questions. If not, then I'm not gonna approve. I want the community to be real people, not spammers, hackers, or whatever. Okay. All right. So let's go back to new sales now. When that happens, um, I'm not going to, there's an email that goes out and say, hey, there's no onboarding and things like that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to publish this. Right? I'm going to publish this because I don't want. So here's the trigger is if it makes a sale, right? I'm going to be there when they make the sale. So this is like further down the process when you want to automate things. Okay. But for today's 1 day challenge, I no that's weird. I don't know where that's coming from. No, we're not doing any lead generate. I mean, these are all part of the workflow when start doing things. Um, yeah, I'm not going to go through it. I'm just going to turn that off because I don't want any automations going out when they purchase it. All right. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go to review plus AI, and then I'm going to click sign up now and sign up. And I'm just going to put in my name. I don't want to put my company name, Paul Kim, support at kmadison.com. Phone number is okay. And then I'm going to click go to step 2. Oops, I guess you got to put in a company name, right? So let's just put in K Madison Media, okay? And I'm actually going to use a real credit card, okay? And see if, all right, so you see that there's 0, right? So basically when you get somebody on the line and you go tell them to go to Review Plus AI and then they sign up, there's going to be a 14-day trial. They sign up, okay? And I'm going to put in the credit card information. So I'm going to pull this over and put in a real credit card, right? Let's see here. Expiration date. Okay, and then complete order. All right, so it does go to book your onboarding call, right? Um, so for that, what we're going to do here is we're going to fix that. So what do you want them to do? So let's go to uh, okay, so I'm just thinking out loud. I don't know why that thing comes up. That's weird. Okay, so let's go here and then go to the page. And when you click on that, the pop-up shows up. So here is pop-up setting. So this is the pop-up. And here, okay, is the pop-up setting. So what happens, it's two-step order. Everything is pretty much set up. The only thing that happens is pricing information, coupon, enable coupon code. Um, styles. So what happens after sales action? Step 2. It's going to the onboarding page. When it says default, um, I don't want it to go to the onboarding. Um, we can always, until I figure out exactly why it's going, it should be right here, sales action. It should pop up. If I click on this, when it says default, complete order, 100%. Yeah, I don't know why it's going to that page. So, I don't, I guess the only other option is that once it gets there, um, you can let them know, um, they can either schedule, because the onboarding is actually, from what I'm thinking is they can either schedule it there or we can um, email them instructions on how to have them give us access, and that's or you could do it right there on the phone, I think, if they decide to get the trial. Okay. um it's a very, and I'll show you exactly what needs to be done. Okay. All right. So I'm just thinking out loud right now, so we'll just leave it at that, because then, um this calendar is basically here. Let me show you the calendar. So the calendar is not connected to any of the calendar. Like, it's not connected to any calendar. So right now it's showing every available slot. Excuse me, up until 9 to 5 probably. Right. Um, and I wouldn't even bother if I can turn that off. I would, but um, there is no, like, the you know as much as could say I know everything, I don't know everything. So okay, so let's go do that, and let's go to payments, and let's say order. And as you can see right here, there's the order, it's completed, right? So um, if um, what that does is when that's so the good thing about the SaaS configurator, so when the SaaS configurator kicks in and you've utilized the SaaS configurator um, product, right? So what the SaaS configurator does, it will automatically create an account. Let me try to look for it and see if it's available. I'm looking at the other screen, and I signed up under Paul. Let me see if I can find it. Paul Kim. Let's see if there's a Paul Kim here. Here. So as you can see right here, so if here, let me show you the difference. So if you let's just say hypothetically you don't have the SaaS configurator, that's why I'm saying if you were to get high level, get it at the pro plan level, right? I put the description below. And so what that does is that when you set up the SaaS configurator, um, then it'll automatically create the account so that you don't have to, you can manually create it. I mean, it's not a big deal, right? You can manually create a sub account, just like what I did before, right? But in this case, it's automatically created. And so, and then what you do here is, what high level has done is that all sub account created. So probably not a good idea to show that. Okay. So let me go to, right, and thank you for your recent purchase. So an email goes out. Actually, um, and I don't know if this, see here. So this is the email that actually went out, as you can see here. And thank you for your recent purchase, right? All right. And so there we go. Okay. That email went out, and that's, I think, automatically system generated. And so what that does is that, if somebody were to purchase, let's just say this was to avoid any hackers. Like, there used to be back in the days where people would go into people's sign up on their high levels account, and they would, like, um, send out a whole bunch of text messages using fake credit cards. And so this is a way for you to make sure that, it says is paused, and for you to approve it, right? So this is done by utilizing SaaS configurator. If you don't have the SaaS configurator and you're not on the pro plan, then you have to manually go and do it. So in that case, you could approve it in this case, we're going to be calling people, but if they were to just sign up online without your knowledge, which is the best case scenario, you want to make sure that these go through an approval process and make sure that it's a live person that's actually getting these accounts. All right, so then we're going to click here, and and then we're going to say, okay, approve. Okay, and so once that approved, we're going to go ahead and approve this account, and it's taking a longer time than normal. Let's refresh. Sometimes that's my way of kicking to get it working. All right, I think that worked. Maybe not. Yeah. Okay, and then there's an additional verification process. I don't know why they have a two-step process. Will be skipped for this account, and the client will be able to access it. So the email and phone verification. Um, so I think choose to force verify the account to give them access. So let me see if I think this is one way that you can verify that email and phone verification would skip for this account and the client will have access to it. So um, I'm not sure the justification for these two-step verification. That's something I have to find out from high level, but um, more verification, the better, right? Because you want to make sure that they're legitimate, right? So then we're going into their account. And so the part that we have to make sure that we get access to is in the integration portion is right here. And we have to somehow either get them to integrate their Google account, which has the Google business profile associated with it, or they have to give us management access for them. And so um, I do have a PDF document. So if you want that, I'll put that available in my free community for you to use. I'll have that available. So let me put that in my notes here. Okay. So let me see here. I will put in my notes. Um, I have a set of instructions to email the client or customers on how they can give us management access. And so just thinking out loud. And so I'm going to put that in the um, in the community. I will put the resource for management access. And the reason why you want to manage that is because if um, if you get them to connect the Google Business Profile, the problem with that is that sometimes that connection gets lost sometimes. And this is a way for you to consider this a done for you service, right? It's kind of like in between. um, you want to make them special, saying, "Hey, we'll make sure that the connection stays active, and then we want to make sure that it's consistently working while you're sleeping." Right? Whether they put the review at 8 o'clock at night or 9 o'clock at night, we are going to automate that process. Okay, that's the way I'm looking at it. Okay, so let's let me see here. So we're in this account, and if you go to integration, all right, high level's a little bit slow, chugging away. I'm probably going to delete this account afterwards because this is not a real client account. But so what we're going to do, excuse me, I'm just showing you how we would connect. So integrate, come on. I think it's telling me that it's lunchtime. So almost 12 o'clock over here. Let me look at the chat and see if there's any chats. I don't know if anybody's showed up. Hey, so then Mike, it is right here. Okay, Joshua, I have it here. Yes, I know I should be using that. The only reason I'm not using that is because I am utilizing Crisp for the uh, sound, I guess, what do you call it? The to reduce sound reduction. And then my kids are gonna come home like around 3 o'clock, and so this does a better job of um, reducing the background noise. Okay. All right. Hey, Justin, you still around? I appreciate you hanging out with me today. We got to talk. I mean, we definitely need to talk. All right. So anyway, this high level is it's slow today. I don't know why, but you know what? So let's go try one more time. Oh, here we go. Integration. So I'm gonna sign in to my Google Business profile so that I can show you, right? And let me uh, go ahead. You know what? And so I'm gonna sign in. Okay. And so continue. Oh, why does it do that? Things never go your way. You know that? Never get a break. All right. So let me try to log in again here. So, all right. Gonna pull it over. I think we're like 70% close to uh, done. Um, and then we start prospecting. All right, so let me get the code. All right, let me. All right, so I'm logging in. I'm getting text messages, and I don't need to be bothered today. All right, so all right, so here we go. What you don't want to do is you don't want to enable GBP tracking. You want to make sure that that's not connect. You don't click that, and you're going to say click connect, right? And if they have multiple franchises, then you can sell them addition. I mean, multiple locations. You can sell them multiple locations. Um, gosh. All right. All right. So sometimes, just FYI, even though it's connected, it sometimes gives you that. And so what I get out of it, and then I refresh it. uh, you saw that, right? Maybe you didn't. Yeah. See, it's connected. And so now you're going to go ahead and connect the Google Business Profile, right? And then it's going to show you. I have two accounts, so I'm just going to do it here and make sure that you don't check the GBP call tracking, and then you're going to just click connect and then confirm. Okay. All right. So now we're going to go back to the reputation right here. That's where it is. And you're going to see the reviews. All right. So these are, all right. It's not showing. Maybe it's got to spend some time pulling it in. Oh, there we go. So we have some reviews here. Okay. So um, in here, so this is where I'm just thinking out loud because, like I said, this is something I just thought of today. So um, the way that you can pitch it, right? And maybe I should write this down. The way that I'm thinking of pitching it is that, hey, if you want the AI to automate this, um, then it will be 197. If you want us to do it for you, right? then and we can do it in batches. Like let's just say if you get 10 reviews, we'll answer all of them at the end of the week, and it's done for your service. And we can do it for, I don't know, 297 or 397. I don't know. I really prefer them to use AI, but I want to give them an option and say, I don't know, we're trying this for the first time. We can give you a introductory rate at 297 or something like that. I'm just, I don't know how much time. The reason I'm saying that is because in the setting for the review AI, you can have a suggestive or auto response, right? So um, suggestive, but ultimately I don't want them to go in there, right? And they can do it if they prefer to do it, then we can give them the option. But I just want to give them the two options. It's like, hey, you can have us, you can have us have it done automatically where we keep track of it, or you can um, but done by AI, or you can have it done by professional, like a person that's actually looking at it and making sure that it doesn't sound like robotic or doesn't sound like hokey, I guess, if that's the word, that's just the word. And then and then the questions that I guess the onboarding questions that we need to ask them, right, is do you want suggestive? I'm just writing this down versus auto response, right? We're just trying to make it as simple as that. And then the wait time, how long? So if we do, um, so the difference between suggestive and auto is the difference between uh, staff. So suggestive, meaning that it's a staff, right? Actually, let me pull this. So basically I have this, I have this document here. Here, let's see. I'm going to put the resource for GBP management access. And then here, onboarding, right? Suggestive versus auto response, which means AI is going to respond to it. The other thing is wait time. How long do you want to wait? If it's auto response, right? So if suggestive, then it's us doing it, the staff, at the end of the week or every 7 days or something like that. Every 7 days or every 7 days, um, our staff will respond to it. So this is like a done for you. And then if it's an auto response, then how long do you want the AI to reply automatically? Okay. And then let's see here. Let's just say hypothetically for my business, let's say I want 30 minutes, right? And oh, what is I did not give, did I set up I may not have given the AI access to this account. So let me just take a look. All right. Let me see. How do I turn that on? Let me see here. Sub account. I don't want to pay for unlimited because it's not necessary. I just want to make sure that let me go to Paul Kim's account here. I'm going to show you exactly how to set that up. All right, so, and then I'm going to probably take a lunch break. All right, so let me let me pull this over. And in here, I'm going to click on Paul Kim's account. And I'm going to go to features. Is there certain features for AI? I think that is under reselling. No, that's under rebilling, I think. It's under rebilling. And under review AI here, I set it for 1.5. It's turned on, but why won't it turn on? Upgrade. Why are you forcing me to upgrade? All right, so this is a probably when I'm taking lunch, I am going to um I'm going to show you on my account. Let me just show you because this is something that you can probably call into high level support and get that fixed. Okay. Um, but for let me just what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just pull into my account, and that could be done during lunch. But I'm not gonna let that stop me from selling. Okay, at the end of the day, right? Um, that's weird. Why it? Do I maybe I have to be in. That is odd because I'm in under my K Madison account and I see that and I can't do it. Um, this is weird. One thing I can think of. This is. Let's see here. Let me see if I can. If I maybe I need to be logged in under my my white label SaaS platform. So let me see if that's a possibility. So and it's still not doing that. That is weird. Okay, so I um yeah, see I logged in under my sub account and it's still not. So while I take a lunch break, I'm gonna have a chat with high level support and find out why I cannot create a review AI agent for whatever reason. All right. Because when you create the agent, there are different types of agents that we can choose. And so one of the things that we should here, let me go back to, I have so many windows open. Let me close. Where is that window? In the onboarding, I'm going to put in there as part of the questions to ask is the different kind of agents. Is there a certain tone that they want? Do they want professional? Do they want, I think maybe vets, if you look at it for vets, right? Um, depending on, how they are taking care of, maybe they may be more playful. And so you would respond to them in a more playful way than a professional like doctor's office or dentist. Okay. So I'm going to try to figure out what this is during lunch, and I will be back hopefully like maybe 45 minutes. All right. And so um, I will see you later. Okay. Bye now. I'm all right. I'm muted. All right. Just finished eating, having my lunch, and let's get to it. So I was able to resolve the issue. Let's so in your um so probably what happened is when I changed my email, the account settings associated with my account, when I changed the level of access, there is a setting in here under, this is the agency under team, and I went to my email, and these two were unchecked. So basically, um, I have to give it permission to manage AI and then also view and manage GBP permissions. Okay. That's for access to me. Um, trying to hopefully simplify, like, um, in your team, you have basically everybody that is within your system, you have the ability to set, if you're the agency owner, access to what they can and cannot see. And so that's the resolution. And so if I go back and let's go to here and let's just refresh, and I should be able to, there we go. So now I have the ability. So right now it is on auto response, and I have set it for this is, so previously there was only like one setting and that was it, like one agent, and but now we have the ability to set and create different kind of agents. um, Let me find the document that I need to document this onboarding, because so that way I am ready to, when I talk to the owner or whoever is responsible for managing the reviews, I can talk intellectually with them. Let me just give me 1 second. Let me pull up that, because I reset my cache or deleted all the browsing history. Now I have to log into all of my various platforms. Um, I use Aura as my team management, and I have to put in the two-factor authentication here. And all right, so I'm in. Let me go pull up the, so while we had it, so let's say we're going to create the agent. You can create an agent from scratch, or you can create different kinds. So there's professional. There is when I talk to them, I wouldn't say clear failure. I would just say they want more professional. You want more empathetic, solution oriented, optimistic, playful, solution oriented. I would give them those choices, and then let them pick. So let me try to, let me look up, let me pull out my Google sheet that has the information that I wanted. So I'm gonna put in my Google sheet as onboarding. See here, we're gonna say uh, type of replies. Okay, we want professional. Okay, all right. You want somebody empathetic, solutions, solution oriented. Not sure what's the difference between this. Explain how the problem arose. Share details about what changes or improvements. Um, Taking a proactive approach to solving the. Yeah, I don't know what the solutions, Grace. Anyway, um, so I would say optimistic, um, playful, and yeah, I mean, if I were to, yeah, I wouldn't know what the difference would be. Um, excuse me. I would just go with professional, so solution oriented, optimistic, and playful. Those are the, I would say, let's go with those choices. Okay. Less is best. Okay. All right. So now in the onboarding, um, the document that I have, let me try to see if I could find it. For Yeah, that's pretty much it. I think pretty much it is that we are pretty much ready to. Um, Let me just create one for here. So let me connect it. So that way, um, let's say professional. Let's just say proceed and agent name Claire, uh, the professional. Professional. Okay. And um, you want both. You could address, Google if you connect the Facebook page, but I wouldn't even bother um, dealing with Facebook pages. I would just focus on Google. It is a pain to try to connect their Facebook integrated, and this one you want this to be a done for you service. So I would just focus on Google. And the other question is what reviews, 3 stars or above. I would suggest going with all um, reviews because it does pretty much handle negative reviews as well. Okay. Um, so basically, we have to take a note of this 50 reviews in 24-hour period. So I wouldn't try to write 50 reviews in 24-hour period. That's just too much, in my opinion, anyway, to begin with. All right. So those are things to consider. And then I would suggest all reviews. Okay. All right. So we have the Review Plus AI website, and they have the ability to sign up. And now we get to the fun stuff, which is the outreach. Now, in doing the outreach, one of the things that you need to do is to try to keep. So, if you want to do this the right way, and we don't have time to set up the pipelines and opportunities, best thing to do, right? Less is best right now. Okay, is I'm going to create a in my Google Drive as I'm just going to pull in um, the project space. I don't know why that pulled up. That's weird. Okay, so I'm going to, I think I started working here. So if you look here, I pulled it in here, review plus AI prospecting list. And so um, thinking of it from a point of view of if we have, let's say, let's go to Google Maps. Let's tackle veterinarians near me, right? So first thing first is the name of the business, right? Name name of business. Mm, Number of reviews and rating. Um, let's say here. So Emerson Animal Hospital, and wow, they begin getting bad reviews. um, so let's say, for example, let's see what we're going to do here. We're going to number of reviews. Let me see if I can copy and paste and make life simple. Yeah, there we go. So that actually, so that way I don't have to type it individually, just copy and paste, right? So rating and number reviews. Okay, so then we can, so that way I can copy and paste name of business, right? So copy and paste. Now there are softwares out there or platforms that actually scrape the information, but I think in this case, sometimes I look at the reviews to try to get people's information or people's name. Sometimes here, like here, gave me a call back. So maybe, you know, is Dr. Lafaro the owner? Maybe, maybe not. All right. And so I would Dr. Esposito and Dr. Lafaro. So they got so the one part that I think is going to be difficult with potentially veterinarians or like a group practice is that you may have to get two people to buy in, and so the I may not, it's probably a little more difficult to try to get them to agree to it. So, but you never know. Um, so I'm gonna put in here any notes. So right here, um, right, and here I would probably put in the number, phone number. So this is a very manual process, but you're starting, and what you're doing is you're not. So it has the ability to copy numbers right here. And you're trying to figure out whether this is a problem for them or not, right? Um, Comments and then here Westwood. So take a look at the newest, and no, seems like a lot of these Westwood Regional. So I would think that this is probably a bigger hospital. I'm not even probably gonna call them because it. Um, I mean, one way to look at it is, let's say, um, I go. Let me try to see if there's a web page here. Like if I go to their website, they got locations, and then they're part of a bigger, like, so there's probably a group of doctors, and so um I want to get a response quickly, and so I'm gonna bypass them. I'm not even gonna bother. I'm looking for a smaller clinic. Like this one is, they probably, my gut feeling tells they already respond to reviews. Oh, maybe not. Okay, you never know. All right. Oh, maybe they do sporadically respond when they have time. So this is a possibility. And so Dr. Mossad and his team. So it is this guy named Dr. Mossad. Okay. So then I will put in here Dr. Mossad and put in here Wow, they got a lot of reviews. And all right. So I think we are ready. So one more thing I want to make sure. Um, if I go into, um, so if you're new here and you're actually getting the high level and you have your, let's say you get on the lowest plan with two sub accounts. So like you would be, the account that you would have is the account that we set up, which is in my case, is the reviewplusai.com, right? Um, and then this would be your next client. Okay, so but I'm showing you what needs to be done, and so um, bear with me while I make one more adjustment so that I have access to the um, review plus AI sub account. Um, so FYI, um, I'm in the agency owner. I'm sharing you. So I'm the agency owner for my account. And so I have in here, I'm in under the permissions for my email, and I'm giving it access to um, review plus, so that way I can see it when I log into my email. Okay, so I'm going to save that, and let me just close that out. And so that way I can see here, right? You can see, okay. And if I click on this, reply, there we go. So now I have access to that. And if I look at payments and I look at the order, I'm probably, let me see, I'm probably gonna, in order to cancel this account because it's on a trial, I'll probably need to go into my Stripe account and then just cancel the account on Stripe. Um, is there a way to um, do it to this knowledge? Like, because this is such a huge platform, there's so many things to learn. That's the manual way to do it. Okay. Okay. So I think at this point, we're ready to go make some calls and see if they are. So I um, would probably suggest writing up a script. So let's go and just give me 1 second. And so let's go back to ChatGPT, right? Switch to instant sign up. Okay. Just if you want, I can help you craft the exact code. So let's just say yes. Okay. So I'm using ChatGPT. All right. I wouldn't. I wouldn't. Yeah. So as soon as you say this is Polkin with whatever, right? They're probably gonna ignore you, right? So I wouldn't go that way. I would probably. Um, I like to say because I'm reaching out to local businesses. I would say probably, hey, this is Paul. My name is Paul. I have a local business, and I just want. A new. We're launching a new. Say. Um, let's go with. We are launching a new venture. Um, where mm, where where AI, where the venture and looking for local other for local businesses to help um, um, to help us test our new platform. All right. All right. So it's so I like the way that this is really free. Okay, we don't get many reviews. Can you send me information? Um, since it's beta, 5 minutes to connect, and you'll see it working right away. Um, I mean, I guess technically I can do a video and send it to them, but probably, um, setting it up, connecting it, it probably it does take less minutes because I can send them this link. Let's see here. Um, I gotta find that Google Doc. So it's a simple setting within Google Business Profile where you assign a manager to and give them the email, and the email that you want that we want them to give is not the support, because that not the email that you created. That's why at the end of the, like, you want to, for your own email, like if you're creating it, you want to create your own email on the Google Business Profile, because that way when they send the email, you have a Google business profile email that's capable of handling Google Business Profile, right? Because I have the email forwarded, I would have to have them send the email, or give me management access to my email has a Google Workspace. Okay. Um, so let's see. I'm gonna start making some phone calls. Um, and see if I can do this. All right. So let me see here. Let me see. I don't like. Let me just take this and copy so that the way I'll put it into the right here, and I'll move it over here and say, um, and we're launching the service, and we are looking for we're looking for business owners that can potentially test test it out. Okay. Who would I talk to about that? Who would I talk about that? Okay. And then you can probably say, who who do you personally or does somebody else on your team do that? Okay, so that's something we'll have to talk about that. All right, so let's start compiling. All right, so let's go. All right, so let me just start making the calls here. And 201 262 2950.
Emerson Animal Hospital?
Is this Emerson Animal Hospital?
Yes, this is Emerson Animal Hospital.
Oh, hi. How are you? My name is Paul. I'm a local business owner, and I'm looking to. We're testing out a new product that we're releasing, and we're looking for other business owners that are potentially can test it. Who would I talk to about that?
Um, that would be the office manager, Miriam, but she's out of the office right now. She'll be back at 2. I can leave a message for her.
At 2 o'clock. All right, Miriam, you said.
Yeah, Miriam.
Okay. How do you spell that?
Myriam.
IAM. Okay. All right, I'll give a call back at 2 o'clock then.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you. All right. So, Miriam for Miriam, office manager. All right. So let's call here 201 967 1881.
For the animal clinic.
Hi. Oh, you okay there?
Yep, we're good.
Okay. My name is Paul. I'm a local business owner, and we're launching a new product, and we're looking for other business owners to test it out. Who do I talk to about that?
So can you send us an email?
Okay. To where?
So it's Farview
Farview.
Vet
Mm-hmm.
at Outlook.com.
At what? Say that again.
Outlook.com.
Oh, Outlook. Okay, will do. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, bye. All right. So I get this a lot where they all would always say, send an email for view vet for view. And so whether I mean, that's so sending an email, that's a whole different strategy. Whether, um, um, so the way that I would handle it is, if I were to pursue this, right, then I would probably create a automation, and all I do is put the email, and then I would shoot out. I'll have a pre-recorded video that will be in the email, and that would automate it rather than me doing it like every single email. Okay. I should have asked for who to address it to, but that's fine. All right. So then let's continue to move forward, right? So what I'm saying here, all right, so my goal is to get one at least to pay, um, and it's 113. I actually finished up a lot faster than I anticipated. So is there any, let me see if there's any questions. Any questions? Outreach time. All right. So Justin says, yeah, it is outreach time. That's right. So let's see. I'm gonna probably take a break and get a cup of coffee in about 5-10 minutes. So let me see here. Um, Okay, Hillsdale Animal. So let me see. I would probably say that even if I contact any of them, the doctor may not even. Um, so here, Hillsdale. Okay, I don't know if you want to be here when I'm doing this, but um, I'm not getting hung. So I've done cold calls where people have hung up on me. Okay, and really, at the end of the day, like, you if you come off and say, "Hey, my name is Paul Kim. I'm a marketing agency," they're they're gonna turn you off right away. Whereas I think my approach, after thinking about it, just with just having them, you know, test it out, and if that's something that is of interest, it's just yes and no. Okay, so where was I? Um, let's see here, Dr. Fisher. Okay, maybe rather than adding them, maybe what I'll do is I'll just keep on calling and add them if there's any. Yeah, that's what I'll probably do. Right. So there you go. I mean, probably the quickest way to do it is if I um, hooked up. The problem is that the way that the way I do it on my other system is that if I'm in the system for mine, I could potentially make the call here, but because the phone number that I get shows up on the phone as potential spam, they're most likely not going to pick up. And so that's why I'm using my phone, right? But if you were to do it and go back in there and fix it up, what I would, I have the way that I have set up the system is that you would need to get A to B verified and you have to go through the registration and then you also have to register the C name. There's a whole bunch of things that you need to do to make sure the phone number associated with this account is listed as, and gets off that potential spam number. Okay, the only reason I'm putting in there is that when they go there to take a look at the number, I mean the website, if somebody were to go on the website, they will see that there's a number associated with it and it's a legitimate business. Okay, um, not saying that I'm not a legitimate business. Okay, so all right, so let's go and make that. What was the next call here? So Hillsdale Animal Hospital. Let's go make the call here. 358-6520.
Hillsdale Animal Hospital, can I help you?
Hi, my name is Paul, and I'm a local business owner, and we're launching a new product, and I wanted to get other business owners to try it out as like a beta test. Who do I talk to about that?
Yeah, that would be the doctor himself. What type of product is it?
It's basically we have a way for. I see that you have Google reviews, but you're not responding to them. We have a way for AI to kind of reply to those messages, and we're giving businesses a trial run to see if it works for them.
No, thank you. He's not interested in that, but thank you.
Okay, sure. Bye. All right, so that is So what I would say is that so that I don't call them again, let's now it's also because, you know, some industries, and I don't know, maybe I have to do some research. So like some industries may not prefer like, um, they look at replies using AI as being, um, maybe they're afraid of it or it doesn't seem genuine. Um, I have one business owner that we're currently working with, and they don't like AI replying. They feel it's very, I don't know what the right word is. Like, that they think that just saying thank you is more human-like, I guess. But in my opinion, right, because SEO, when you look at SEO from my perspective, SEO is all about content and words. And so, um, you know, um, you can't change human behavior. That's just the way it is, right? I mean, Google looks at what it looks at, right? And I think replies or definitely reviews definitely contributes to local SEO. Replies, there is a debate, but I think if you look at um, Google's support document, right? And I can even share with you, right? And I'm just telling you because of my experience, right? So let's just say um, Google local SEO support. Let me see if that pulls it up. All right, Google tips on improving your local ranking here, right? So if you look at this is Google's tips for improving local ranking on Google, right? And if you look at here, right, it says respond to reviews as when you reply to customers, it shows the value that you value their feedback. Positive reviews, helpful replies can help your business stand out. So, does reply help? According to Google, it does, right? And so, um, and I can't change people's mind. That's just the way they think. All right. So anyway, who did I just call? Look at that. I forget. 358. All right. So I'm going to put in here, um, not interested. Okay. And then I'm going to put in here, notes, comments. Okay. And maybe this industry does not favor it, but the only way I'm going to find out is maybe the way that I approach it. mm, Maybe they have, yeah, anyway, I cannot assume or presume anything. So, and that's sometimes the problem with us as marketers. We just overthink, and then when you overthink things, you kind of stand still, right? So here, all right. So Oradell Animal Hospital. Okay, so yeah, probably the problem with like dealing with, well, it is what it is. Let's see here. 201 262. I should ask maybe, let me see.
Thank you for calling the Oroville Animal Hospital. Our location is 580 Winters Avenue in Paramus, New Jersey. The hospital is fully staffed and available for emergencies 24 hours a day, every day of the year. If you have a critical emergency, please come right in with your pet. Please visit our website at www.oradell.com for our most recent updated information on our COVID protocol. If you were calling about a hospitalized pet, please press 4 now. Please listen to the following menu options and make your selection accordingly. This menu will repeat. Calls will be monitored for quality assurance. If you know
Huh, interesting. They got the domain name Oradell. That's the name of the town, by the way. So I'm just looking in here and how many veterinarians. So, um, yeah, I know that there are some like medical chains or like uh, groups, like their reviews, like they don't really care about reviews because at the end of the day, they get referrals or they get, um, so it really depends on uh, the 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 team. So I'm probably not gonna call Oradell, and I'm just gonna say, I'm just gonna leave that off the list. And Farview, I guess it's a animal clinic. Why do they have multiple locations? They have this one is in Farview, and this one is, huh, that's hot. Okay, so let's see here. Blue, oh, newest reviews, response. Looks like they have. Looks like they do respond. Um, so it looks like they've been. Make you feel. That just seems so long. I mean, when you make it, when you write, so you could tell the AI to write less than 2 sentences. Like that seems too long, or like make it too. But in my opinion, yeah, when you make it too long, it's like seems a little um, definitely copy and paste job, right? Um, or it could be AI. They could have done AI. So it looks like they've been using AI before. So I don't even. Um, Looks like they've been trying, and then they stopped, and then they tried again. So um maybe they tried and maybe they didn't. But the only way to find out is making a call, right? Let's see here. What's the number? 201-527-6699.
Thank you for calling Blue Pearl Pet Hospital in Paramus, located at 545 Route 17 South in Paramus, New Jersey. Please stay on the line for the next available associate. Please stay on the line while your call is transferred to the operator. Thank you for calling Blue Pearl in Paramus. This is Danielle speaking. How may I help you?
Hi, Danielle. I'm a local business owner, and I was wondering, do you have an office manager?
Yeah, I mean, we have a manager that's here on staff.
Okay.
Is this about a patient that's been here before?
No. I'm a local business owner, and we're launching a new product or a new service, and I was just trying to get other local business owners to test it out and see what they thought about it. Um, who would handle like your Google reviews, replying to those reviews? Is there somebody in your staff that does that?
I am not sure if it's here or our corporate office.
Oh, I
But
see.
I can give you our email if you wanted to send all the information, and that way my supervisor can take a look.
Okay, yeah, that'll be great.
All right, let me know once you're ready.
Yep, go ahead.
So it's info period Paramus, and then that's going to be at bluepearlvet.com.
Are you guys a franchise or?
We're corporate
Oh,
office.
okay, corporate. Do you have multiple locations?
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay, I understand. Okay, thank you very much.
Of course, no problem.
Okay, bye bye. All right, so what you want to do is what you want to avoid is big corporate offices because they may, I mean, I may still send them the information, but to make a decision, it's going to take different layer, um, and that's just not worth it sometimes. So, Pearl Hospital, and okay, so um, there's a local hospital nearby, another small group. Um, Probably because I only have 6 reviews. Maybe is it possible? But my main goal is not to go into the space of trying to get reviews. I'm trying to see if there's any possibility of seeing value in them replying to reviews. Okay, so let's see here. And maybe it's not a service that is worth the pursuit. So it looks like they are replying to the reviews. So Park Ridge Animal Hospital. See, newest. I mean, this is a very manual way of doing it, but at the end of the day, you have to see if it's a offer that is worth pursuing, right? Let's see here. Um, 28. I'll probably go with this one. Let's see, 432. So we're trying to find ones that has a lot of reviews. And all right, so let's give them a call here, Dumont Animal Hospital. Let's see here. 387 7297. Oops, that's weird. 201 387 7297. That's weird. The phone is not going through. Sometimes that happens when they have a voice IP or see here. I'm gonna put okay. Let's see. I say phone not connecting. So let me go ask here. Like, all right, so um, out of the industries, let Let me see here. I'm asking ChatGPT this question. So, out of the uh, out of the industries, out of the industries above that you mentioned, okay, which ones are are which ones can we get direct access to the owner making the decision? Auto shop and detailers. Let's try home services. Cleaning services. Let's say let's cleaning cleaning services near me. Let's try 646-606-2726.
Welcome to Verizon Wireless. Your call cannot be completed as dialed. Please check the number and dial again. Announcement.
I'm wondering if my cell phone is the issue here.
Welcome to Verizon Wireless. Your call can.
Yeah, I think it's the service. Oops. Let's see here. Reviews. Let's try this. Let me try to see if I can find the number. Nicole and Danielle. Looks like they got multiple. Probably gonna get their calling service, but let's see here. 973-955-5295.
Hi. Thank you for calling Ivy Glove Cleaning Services. For new clients, please press 1. For existing clients, please press 2. And for billing, please press 3. Calling Ivy Glove.
Hi, this is this I Glove Cleaning Service?
Yes, it is.
Hey, I was wondering, I'm trying to get to the owner of your business. Is there a way that I can talk to them?
What is this regarding?
We're just trying to create a new. We're basically a new company, and we're trying to launch a new product. And we wanted to see if you guys could try it out and give us, a review and give us, suggestions.
Yeah, and what company is this?
We're actually K Madison Media. We are launching an AI service that basically replies to reviews on Google. Well,
Okay.
is that something that because I noticed that you guys have a lot of reviews, but you're not replying to the reviews. And so we know that, one of the things that helps with Google and ranking is replying to the reviews. And wondering if you would be willing to test out this new feature and no charge, and then give us let us test it out and see how it works out for you, and see if if it's something you would benefit from.
Well, I couldn't speak on that, but I would be happy to refer you to the owner. So if you are able to write down her email address.
Okay.
Yeah, so that would be Jacqueline. So that's
Okay, hold on a second.
JACQUE. Yep,
S-
no worries.
Go ahead.
Yep, it's Jacqueline. That's
Hmm.
JACQUELINE, and that would be at ivyglove.com. So that's IVYGLOVE.com.
Okay. All right, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome. Take care.
Okay, bye. All right, so that is actually probably a better, because now, um, with the pet industry, you have, I mean, um, you're going to have to go through probably the office manager, or a lot of these are corporate owned. So the barrier might be a little tough, whereas here, it's a little bit better. Um, so let me email her later as the owner. So let me copy that over here. And that one I kind of fumbled through. Just and so probably what I do is I would take this recording and probably feed it into ChatGPT maybe later, and I would um, probably get a better script. But sometimes, a script is not as good because when you read off a script, it's just very robotic. Um, okay, let's go, and there was let's try this one again. Wizards of Home. 646-606-2726.
Welcome to Verizon Wireless. Your call can now be.
That is weird. Let me go onto the website, see if there's another phone number for them. Hmm. Okay, their website is kind of 646. I should let them know that they're not able to get through.
Welcome to Verizon Wireless. Your call can now be completed as dialed. Please.
Let me try off my landline. Yeah, their phone line is not working. So I'm gonna try to see if I can can't even copy this email. Copy email address. So I would put that there, and um, I'll put a note here. So cannot call them on my cell or landline. That's something for them to consider, because of course it's going to impact their business. All right, so they're using Jobber. It's a another platform. Um, I'm familiar with that platform. So, okay, and all right. So, see these. Maybe the way I can, get these ones with the low reviews. Maybe I could even just call them and possibly um, see if they're interested in getting more reviews. Let's give them a call. Hey, they're very close actually. Let me see reviews. Let me see if this has a name. Tiff and April. Tiff and our partner. So it's Tiff and Rachel. So Tiff must be the owner, could be the owner. So let's give them a call. 7941.
Hello, this is Vanessa from Maiden Cleaning Service.
Hi, is Tiff the owner of the business?
No, this is not.
Oh, okay. I was wondering, who do I speak to about the Google reviews that you guys are getting?
It's Tracy, and usually he's in the office in the morning. He's not currently available. Would you like to leave a message for him?
No, you said what, him or her?
You could. It could be Tracy or John, either one.
Oh, okay. And they're usually there in the mornings?
Yes.
Okay. I'll call back tomorrow morning then.
No worries. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Bye. Yeah, so this is I think this is a better, I think with the vets, you yeah, you're going to be contacted, you're going to be calling into the receptionist and trying to get through them is why try to fight through a a obstacle when this is a better um just I've done a lot of cold callings, and so I can kind of sense which is a better approach, like just gut feeling wise. Um, and so put the phone number, and I'm gonna call in the morning, John, or I think she said Tracy. All right, so I'm gonna go get a cup of coffee, and um, I'll be right back. Right. All right, I am back. So let's continue with the outreach. Maysville, Jersey. Let's see here. So they have, you know what? Maybe even calling those that actually are replying to those reviews, and maybe if I can save them some time replying to those reviews, that could even be a added value. Um, yeah, maybe not. I should actually call them. And find out because never know, right? Um, let's see here.
Please hold while we connect your call to extension 1.
Extension sounds like a Ring Central service. Ring Central. Ring Cent. Hello.
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 Hi.
Hi.
Yes.
Yes. I was wondering, who do I talk to about the person that's in charge of like replying to the Google reviews?
Oh, he's not here right now, but I can take a message.
Okay. Do you guys do that manually by a person, or do you guys do that like with a platform?
I have no idea.
Okay. Who would I talk to about that?
Well, yeah, you can send him an email. I can give you his email address. You can send it to him.
Okay. What is it?
It's info@madesforjersey.com.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay. Bye. All right. So that's not. So when they say info, basically, um, it's gonna go into their, the trash of void. Okay. That's what it's. That's basically what it is. All right. So probably move on. All right. Um, so that way, at least I could, either way, if I get at least their email, I could actually send it out. Um, because in all honesty, like, they get probably bombarded. So do I. I get bombarded with emails, and so that's why um, I'm not a big fan of sending emails, but never know, right? Um, I spent the time, so might as well put the effort. So that approach of asking who handles the Google review is probably not the way to go. Mm, I think the approach of starting a company and or looking for other businesses who test it out is a way to go, I think, in this case. So I think I did Wizards of Home, AZ, AZ cleaning, house cleaning. Okay. So, see here, 201 450 9711.
Welcome to Verizon Wireless. Your call cannot be completed as dialed.
That's because I missed one number. 450 9711.
Welcome to A to Z House Cleaning Company. If you want to speak with one of our representatives, please press 1 or press 0 to leave us a message.
I see a different number here. So sometimes with regard to when these numbers, they put a number there for sometimes tracking purposes. Um, or it might be going to a different phone number. So I'm gonna go here. Actually, I think that is a number I called. Elizabeth. So another potential is they don't have a chat bot here. So I'm just gonna be laser focused on just focusing on the what I'm here to do.
Z House Cleaning Company. If you want to speak with one of our representatives, please press 1. Or
That was weird. They just hung up on me. My gut possibly. Um, I'm thinking that all these companies may be serviced by the right. I mean, the same companies. That could be it. I don't know. Um, so let's. So I'm gonna put in here. Maybe I'll call them another time. Um, and I think maybe next month when I do my challenge, it's gonna be a little bit different. I'm gonna um, make it, yeah, I guess something new that I'm gonna share with you, but we'll see how that goes. All right. So they hung up. Okay. Maybe try. Oh, actually, you know what? My bad. I've been I wasn't sharing my screen all this time. You're looking at me. So my mistake. All right. So maybe try it again next time. Um, all right. So let's go ahead and continue with um, this is actually a dry clean, not cleaning service. May forget. Uh, all right. So just wondering if focusing on the ones that has the large number of reviews is probably the way to go rather than funny thing is they have I said this one is being they uh, they have responses reviews and they are responding to it. Okay, so I think let's see here. Looks like they have getting reviews here. So it looks like a lot of them has reviews, and so um, this one's it's like sporadic. All right, so it looks like they have they don't reply and then they reply. They probably do it in one batch. So they probably do it once a week. Somebody goes in there and replies to them at one at a time. So that's my um, guess. Let me call this company here. I'm trying to find out the name of the business owner if at all possible. Um, let's see here 201-431-2206. Oh my goodness.
Sorry, you've reached voicemail. Please leave a message. Record your message at
Wow, that actually, um, they really need our assistance with either voice AI or yeah, that's just ridiculous. Okay. Um,
Thank you for calling Homemade in Town, North Jersey's #1 choice for commercial and residential cleaning. We are available between 9 a.m. and 8 p.m., but can't come to the phone right now. Please leave your name, number, and a message, and we will get back to you as soon as possible. You can also get a quote and additional information at www.homemadeintown.com.
Hi, this is Paul. Can you give me a call? 917-494-1982. Thank you. Um, so I probably at that point, this is how long into it? 210. Probably need to, I should have muted myself. All right, I gotta pick up this call. Okay. All right, so I'm muted. All right, so I had a call with my parents. Had to pick the phone call and um, probably have to leave in about 15, 20 minutes. Gotta drop something off and then pick up my kids. I'll be back in about 30 minutes. But all right, so let me go and share my screen here. And um, so ultimately, as I'm going through this, so I made a phone call. Some of these people, like some of these home services, I think I called one and it was just like I waited on, it was like music playing. Um, hello? Hello?
Hi, good afternoon. I got a missed call from here. This is Nimbus Cleaning Services.
Hey, oh yes. I think I waited on the phone for like like over a minute and then it just did not go anywhere. Anyway, um, so are you the owner of the business?
I'm the one picking up. Yeah, how can I help you today? Are you
Yeah.
looking for cleaning services?
No, actually, I'm calling because I'm trying. I'm actually a local company, and we're trying to test out a new product. And I was wondering if we're looking for other business owners to try to test it out and see what they think about it. It's no
Uh,
cost to you.
okay, what is the product?
And so basically, one of the things I noticed is that you guys don't have like replies to Google reviews, and we have a basically a done for you service that replies to the reviews to help with your SEO and local SEO. Would that be of interest to you?
No, no, it's all right. Thank you for your call, though.
All right,
All right, best of luck.
bye. Yeah, so it's the more I think about it, I mean, um, it's not probably enough sticky point for the the service to be able to for people to be interested in replying to the reviews, maybe getting more reviews, but even that, there's so many services out there, like, I'm not going to try to compete with those services, but um, I think the combination of the voice, being able to pick up the voice and the chat, um, but anyway, I'm just thinking right now as I'm going through this. All right, so let me continue to the only way that, because at the end of the day, you have to figure out what the pain point of these businesses are, right? So each of these, and I think um, the guy missed a call and he called back, right? So it is a potential lead that he could have potentially missed, right? So let me see here. 107. Um, let's see here. Air duct cleaning service. The other thing is whether, let's see here. Um, do we tackle, let's see here, reviews. Let's give this business a call, 973-391. Best thing to do is to probably get in touch with some of these owners, and see um, if if yeah, because at the end of the day, replying to reviews is not a income. It's not tied enough to the income, and I don't know if people are willing to pay for it. And it's just a matter of education-wise. But the only way to find out is to get some people's input on it. 6392.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach is not available.
So that actually went to somebody's elite. Can I call you later? So that actually, so that is somebody that missed a call. And so I might do a pivot here, right? Um, Meaning maybe this is not the type of service that we want to be selling, but maybe potentially um, having the voice AI, which is another feature from high level, to be able to pick up the calls. Um, Went to voicemail. This guy actually, there's actually a missed call text back, missed call text back, right? Let's see if he calls back or not, right? Um, there's a lot of these cleaning services. Crystal Lady. Okay, so they're actually leaving the reviews. Okay, so let's see here. There's a lot of these services that has low reviews. So these are just a dry cleaner. So the ones that have these, they're actually being replied to. All right, so um, so my goal here is I'm trying to get uh, a feel for this industry. So um, let me see if let's go back to this industry here. Let me go back to the list, my ChatGPT prompt, and look at the industries here, right? So let's pause up the matches. Okay. I'm gonna try orthodontist near me. So actually know this orthodontist. Um, the only problem with orthodontists is you're gonna go through their the receptionist, And I'm just doing search and seeing if a lot of them don't have replies. Let me give them a call and see and try to see if I could talk to some manager. 664.
Carl Orthodontics may help you.
Hi, I was wondering, my name is Paul. I own a local business, and I wanted to try to see if I could talk to your office manager. I have a couple of questions I needed to ask.
They're tied up with on a phone call right now. What is this in reference to? I can just relay a message.
I'm trying to get a feel for because we're trying to launch a product, and we're trying to get people to the other business owners to see if replying to Google reviews is something that they might be interested in, and to test it out. I was trying to see if your office would be interested in doing a trial run with us.
Okay. Do you have any information that you could send over via email that we could look at?
Sure. Is there a specific person that I should address it to, or
You can address it to Jennifer.
Jennifer? Okay. Jennifer, and then the website domain.
So it's info@carcaraorthodontics.com.
Okay. So it's info and then address it to Jennifer.
It's just you can email it to info
Okay.
at carcara carcara orthodontics with an s.com.
Okay. Very good.
All right.
All right. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
All right. So yeah, you're probably gonna end up talking to um the gatekeeper, and their office probably gonna be packed. And so right now, um, but I do see that. Let me just take a look at this one. Okay, so they are leaving reviews. I looked at that one already. I'm familiar with them as well. They're leaving reviews. Um, yeah. So let's see here. Yeah, so it looks, I mean, at the end of the day, somebody's got to talk to the person that um, is writing these reviews, and um, you know, does it take them X number of hours? Is it worth it for them to have it delegated to an AI, and worth the cost? That's at the end of the day. Is it a, is it a pain point for them? Maybe, maybe not. But the only way to is to find out, um, and talk to somebody over there. So, and probably the best time to talk is probably not necessarily this time because that's probably when they're most busy. Probably best when like in the mornings, right? So, um, let me. I got to get going. And I got some errands to do, and then I'm gonna come back and around like 3:15 is when I'll be back, and then I'm gonna continue this and see if the ultimate goal is to get at least one client or at least somebody to actually say yes and get a positive, go in the positive direction. So, all right, I'll see you in about 45 minutes. All right. All right, I am back. A good better your mind. Um, Justin called me up. I appreciate it, Jung. I mean, Justin, I just got an email from Jung, and he said that, why am I uh, focusing on the replies to the reviews, and whereas I know that getting reviews for local businesses is probably um, a better approach. So at the end of the day, there's so many ways that we can approach this, right? And the way I was looking at it is getting um, so when you getting getting reviews, there's um, you have to set up the SMS feature because that's probably the best way to contact customers through SMS. And in order for the system high level to actually work, you have to actually um, go through A2P registration, and then you have to set up certain automations in order for it to, and that is going to probably take more than a day. And um, and then setting up the A2P registration, that is probably, it could take anywhere from, and submitting the registration to get approval could take anywhere from like 1 hour, one day to like up to 7 days, depending on if you get it done. And then to submit the A2P registration to be to be have SMS compliance, you have to create a privacy page and a terms and condition page. And so what I was trying to achieve here is that to try to uh, create a minimal viable product where if I where there's minimum setup. And so um, is it possible? Probably, like if I called enough businesses to be able to get somebody to say yes, probably, right? Do I want to keep calling and at the end of the day, waste my time and wait, not necessarily waste, but use my time and, for you to be watching this, maybe not, right? So as I was thinking about this more and more, um, sorry, I was a little bit late. We had a monsoon, and the uh, the number of cars that was backed up to pick up the kids was crazy, and so that's why I'm late. And so I think the more and more, you know, I think about this, right? There's various ways. Um, I know one guy Jasper. He does website smart websites, basically getting clients to set up their website, and then um, the reason I don't not a big fan of website is because then um, you have to I don't necessarily want to go in that route of just creating websites and designing websites, um, and I don't want to do social media. And so um, with the whole push for AI um, for high level and where AI is going, I'm trying to figure out a niche, and I think I recently attended Dar Holsworth boot camp, and he had an AI boot camp, and he had a really great system, but the system took a long time to set up. And so I'm thinking, what is the minimal viable product that I could create out of the AI employee? And so this is one of them. And so review AI, the reply AI is one feature. And so um, so to sum it up, yeah, and it says, Justin said it's crazy how many local businesses don't answer the phone, and it is true. And so um, I called a lot of them. There's actually one of them that actually like it went into like music, and it like literally did the music for like a minute, and then before um, I think either dropped my call or so I think there's an opportunity here where because if you think about it, like a missed call, and depending on how many calls they miss, right, that's opportunities that businesses are missing. And if you equate to a number, then that's if you could get that through to the business owner, that's an opportunity right there. And so um, this was a challenge that I don't know whether I was going to accomplish it or not. Um, so I think what I'm going to do here is potentially, basically, whether, when I hate to just give up on this. So I'm going to, um, let's look at let me share my screen, and so um, one of the things that I'm not good at is giving up. So I'm very stubborn in that way. All right. So it's a lot of pros and cons to I think there's some yeah, if we approach it as and I think this is where a lot of um, businesses, right? Um, I have focused on the real estate space, and a lot of people that come into this, whether it's SaaS or marketing agency, um, they don't have clear offer, right? So the problem is that if you don't have a clear offer, right, then it's hard for you to really dial in. And so um, the more and more I think about it, you really have to talk to as many owners and try to get your foot in the door to see what problems they have in their business and then solve that problem. And um, and really, what it comes down to, you just got to talk to as many business owners, and that really comes down to uh, your warm market because nobody, if you think about it, if you're going to call cold businesses, they're not going to spend the time with you to discuss, their problems with you because they don't know who you are. Um, and probably that is the best, you know, way to tackle it. Okay. And so, um, I think that right now, rather than for me to keep on pursuing this, what I'm going to do is next, well, I'm going to be doing these challenges once a month. Um, but in the interim, I'm going to be in our group. If you find on that link over there. Um, by the way, if you are going to that link and you join my school community, I'm going to be doing a video showing you, basically explaining why I decided to go in the route of using Collab rather than school. Okay. Um, and I should have that video out by Monday. Um, but join the community, and I am going to create an accountability group. Um, and basically, I already started in this direction of focusing on the AI employee. I did this 1-day challenge just to kind of test myself and see if it's possible for me to create a minimal viable product. It was just a thought, and I thought I gave it a try. Didn't pan out just the way that I thought, and that's okay, right? Because at least I tried it out, and I don't think I gave it enough of a shot to call enough. But I'm gonna try one more thing. So I'm looking at this at the auto um, detailers. Let me just look at auto detailers. Auto detailers. Let me see here. Yeah, the more and more I think about it, and this is me, like I've been doing local SEO for since for a long time. And the more I think about it, like, if you have like 486 reviews and you have another one that says 106 reviews, does getting more reviews make an impact? Um, as opposed to somebody that doesn't have um, that many, like 45, right? Um, at a certain point, there is that point of diminishing return, meaning that, does it really matter? Like, in terms of, you know, whether you rank on top or not, right? But it might matter, right? If you are doing, let's say, auto detailer, let's say auto detailing near me, and as soon as you see, um, see, I think I turned it off. All right, so these are sponsors. This one's sponsored, and so you look at these. So why does these two show up, right? As opposed to, let's see here, sponsored Mr. B's, right? This search is a little bit different than what is shown here. Um, Now, if you look at it, right, does it really matter? Like, from my point of view, um, if I want to get my car detailed, I just probably find one that's closest because at the end of the day, like, 135, 106, 350, they all show that they're all good, right? Um, Probably the factor is to find the one that's closest to me. Um, that's it, right? Um, my question here is like if we click on this, right, and we looked at the reviews, right? Yeah, I don't yeah, I mean, the more and more I think about it, the reviews replying to reviews as much as it's a minimal viable product, I don't think it's gonna be sticky or it's not something that is enough of a pain point to be, to get somebody to say yes, right? Um, and I can probably call a couple of, um yeah, I mean, I already spoke to one. I could probably make a couple of calls to local business owners that I know of. Um, and but part of me does say that I think for those that do favor it and want to get review, I mean, reply to reviews, there is that um, there is the possibility of getting it, but then it's like, do you want to fight through that or get something that's more of a uh, uh, that's attractive and people will be willing to entertain it because when I started doing the AI employee, I got more traction, meaning more uh, business owners looking at it and saying, "Ah, that's interesting." Whereas here, getting reviews has been around, uh, um, and so I think I'm going to go in the direction of looking at AI employees and missed opportunities, and I think that's where I'm going to focus on. Right? Mm, don't get me wrong. I think this review is will be there. I'm just whether I'm going to pursue it or not. It's something that I've set up for now. But yeah, all right. So on that note, thank you for watching. I didn't quite uh, pull off what I wanted to. So what I'll do is in the next challenge next month, I am going to um, I think in the interim, if you're part of the group, I am going to put a course there to do A to P registration. So that way, if you um, maybe instead of a 1 day challenge, maybe I'll do a 7 day challenge or a couple of day challenge. So that way, um, we can have all of that set up. So that way, we can explore the how do we utilize AI employee features of high level for us to get our clients. Okay, um, I think I know that if consistency is king, right? So at the end of the day, even let's say if I decide to stick with this and decide to do reviews as my main um, I guess feature or something to sell. I think the problem with reviews is that you're competing with so many different review platforms, and then all it comes down to is price, right? I think that's where like what makes one different than the other, right? Unless you set yourself apart, and I think that the AI, whether we use AI. Yeah, let me just share with you kind of what I've been working on for the past month and a half. Um, so this is the AI um, employee, but this took a long time to set up, and so this is not something that it requires a lot of training. Not a lot of training, but it requires some in-depth knowledge, and it's not something that can be done in a day. Definitely not. Um, but I think what I'm going to do is take what high level has given as a framework and try to make it as a minimal viable product. Since that is the ultimate goal of what I'm trying to accomplish here, because rather than trying to create a complex system, we just want to create something that is simple and that you can share with your leads and then be able to say, here we go, are you interested? And that's it. All right. So I hope that makes sense. And Justin, I know you're here. Hopefully you're still watching. Anyway, let's get together and we will definitely touch base. And for those that are here, thanks for watching. And if you're watching this in the replay, thanks for watching as well. All right. Have a good night.